Chapter 730. Roar. Divine light erupted from the mysterious heart sword seal, illuminating his sea of consciousness like a blazing sun. Immediately after, the 99 silver dragons beside the seal danced wildly. As they danced, the dragons rushed into the heart sword seal, causing the light it emitted to grow even stronger. When all 99 dragons entered the heart sword seal, the light it emitted reached the pinnacle. It transformed into a silver divine sun and suddenly exploded. Boom! Chernzong felt as if his sea of consciousness had been blown to pieces and turned into nothingness. It was like the beginning of the universe. A flash of sword light suddenly streaked across. The sword light was perfectly straight and extremely sharp. That sword light had no beginning and no end, but it streaked across the void. As it passed, it changed according to Chernzong's will. It tore apart the stars and tore apart the sky. It continued to grow larger and larger in Chernzong's eyes. Then, it struck Chernzong. A mysterious and natural charm pervaded the air. Chernzong suddenly couldn't see or hear anything. Everything was chaotic and returned to nothingness. The world has a spirit, all spirits have a heart, the heart is like a speck of dust, like the universe, this is the Tao of the heart. The voice of the primordial God resounded in his mind and directly entered his soul. If the heart is limitless, then the Tao is limitless. Chernzong was completely immersed in the voice of the primordial God. The divine voice entered the depths of his mind and soul like a brand that he would never forget. Chernzong couldn't help but comprehend it. He was shocked to find that the inheritance of the heart sword seal was even more profound than the sky feather path. The two couldn't be compared at all. If the sky feather path's words were like pearls, then the heart sword seal's words were like a divine ocean. Why is it taking so long? Elder Tsongxian frowned. Generally speaking, it shouldn't take so long to receive the sky feather path's inheritance. However, it was best not to interrupt the process. Elder Tsongxian continued to wait. He didn't know that Chernzong had already received the sky feather path's inheritance, and was now receiving the heart sword seal's inheritance. The Tao of the heart. The Tao of the heart will be the most suitable Tao for you, Tongtian Jiandi said with a smile. Immediately, the remnants of his consciousness began to emit a fluorescent light. Specks of light flew towards Chernzong like stars. I will pass on my Tao to you and help you achieve the Tao that belongs to you. The Tongtian Jiandi's last bit of consciousness dissipated into Chernzong's mind. His Tao was known as heaven-piercing. It was as if thousands of years had passed, floating up and down, and the world had changed. In Chernzong's sea of consciousness, the silver divine radiance retracted and reformed into the heart sword seal. However, the azure dragon was missing. Chernzong also came to his senses. He was extremely shocked. Dark feather mystic void Tao. Heavenly sword way. Tao of the heart. The three Taos existed in his soul. They were like imprints that were incomparably deep. He opened his eyes, which were blazing with divine light. Can you obtain the inheritance? Elder Tsongxian couldn't wait to ask. With Chernzong's talent, he could become the hope of Green Feather Mountain's rise. I have obtained the inheritance, Chernzong answered firmly, but he was a little dazed. 3 Taos. It was completely beyond his expectations. However, it didn't matter how many Taos there were, because only the one that was suitable for him was the best. Good, good, good. Elder Tsongxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The green feather mystic Tao was indeed inferior to the Taiyuan sacred Tao, but it was also extraordinary. If Chernzong succeeded in cultivating it, he would be able to achieve something. Go back and cultivate well. Elder Tsongxian smiled encouragingly. If you need anything, just tell me. I will do my best to get it for you. Thank you, Elder, Chernzong said in a serious voice. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked again, Elder, do you know where I can find the Heavenly Sun Vast Origin Pill? The Heavenly Sun Vast Origin Pill. Elder Tsongxian frowned slightly. The effect of this pill is to dispel the cold and replenish one's yuan qi. What do you use it for? Obviously, Chernzong had no use for it. I don't dare to lie to Elder. Chernzong explained that he came from Chaotian Island and had a senior. I see. Elder Tsangxian nodded. You are indeed loyal. The Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pill isn't precious, and we have it in Green Feather Mountain. I will have someone send it to your cave dwelling later. By the way, since you have become an esoteric disciple, you will have to choose a new cave dwelling. Chernzong quickly chose a new cave dwelling. The heaven and earth spirit chi was purer and richer than that of Lingya Pavilion. It was nameless, and Chernzong could choose it himself. Chernzong named it the Heart Sword Residence. Not long after, a deacon brought the Heavenly Sun Vast Vitality pills over. There were 10 pills in total. Looking at the 10 red pills in his hand that exuded boundless yuan qi, Chernzong felt a little emotional. In Chaotian Island's Longtu region, even the 9th prince of the Longtu Empire would find it difficult to obtain a single pill. From this, one could see how precious it was. However, it was nothing in the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, and they had sent 10 pills to Chernzong. This was the difference between them. I will go into closed-door cultivation for a while to sort out the 3 Daos before returning to Chaotian Island, Chernzong said to himself as he put away the 10 Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pills. Chernzong began his closed-door cultivation. The first one he comprehended was naturally the Green Feather Mystic Sky Path. A high-grade inheritance was very mysterious, but it was nothing to Chernzong. After spending a few days, Chernzong roughly comprehended the Green Feather Mystic Sky Path. Next was the Tao of the Heart. The Tao of the Heart was far more mysterious than the Green Feather Mystic Sky Path. Chernzong spent a whole month to comprehend the Tao of the Heart, and was immediately surprised. The Tao of the Heart didn't have a grade. It could be low grade, middle grade, or even high grade. It could even be a top grade or even a legendary peerless item. Moreover, the Tao of the Heart didn't have a fixed cultivation method or martial arts. In other words, the Tao of the Heart was actually a theory, a rule, and a guide. Focus on the Tao of the Heart, integrate the essence of various Taos, improve the Tao of the Heart, and achieve the Tao of the Heart, making it the most suitable Tao for oneself, Chernzong muttered to himself, looking extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of inheritance this was. Even the Taiyuan Divine Path couldn't compare to it. This was because the Tao of the Heart was flexible, free, and had unlimited possibilities. Chernzong was very sure that the Tao of the Heart was the most suitable Tao for himself, because he could use the Tao of the Heart as the foundation to walk a Tao that was completely his own. After taking a few deep breaths, Chernzong calmed his excited heart. The third Tao was the Heavenly Sword Tao. This was the Tao of the Heavenly Sword Jiandi, and also the Tao that the Heavenly Sword Jiandi derived from the Tao of the Heart was the most suitable Tao for him. It was because of the Heavenly Sword Tao that the Heavenly Sword Jiandi was able to dominate the Emperor realm. The Heavenly Sword Tao was also very mysterious, far surpassing the Dark Feather Tao because it was a supreme grade inheritance, on the same level as the Taiyuan Divine Path of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. However, Chernzong felt that the Heavenly Sword Tao might even surpass the Taiyuan Divine Path. The Heavenly Sword Tao was divided into 3 parts: the Heavenly Sword Technique, the Heavenly Sword Technique, and the Heavenly Secret Skill. Chernzong was deeply immersed in it. A complete Tao would have cultivation methods, martial arts, secret skills, and so on. The Dark Feather Tao is at the upper grade level. The Dark Feather Tao can open 10 apertures at each level of the Extreme Mortal stage, while the Heavenly Sword Technique can open 11 apertures. However, the Dark Feather Tao's first level of the Extreme Mortal stage has the same 10 apertures as the Heavenly Sword Technique's first level of the Extreme Mortal stage. It's the same for the second level. Chernzong could not help but think. Without the Tao of the Heart and the Heavenly Sword Tao, Chernzong could only cultivate the Dark Feather Tao. However, he now had the Tao of the Heart, which was the most suitable Tao for him. Chunzong would definitely cultivate the Tao of the heart and derive the most suitable sword Tao for him. Focusing on the Tao of the heart and integrating the dark feather Tao and the heavenly sword Tao, Chunzong was very ambitious. Supreme grade beyond the supreme grade level. There are other spiritual techniques in the Dark Feather Mountain collection. Maybe I can check them out and try my best to open the 12th aperture of the first level, Chunzong thought to himself, a fire burning in his heart. With this thought, Chunzong immediately moved. This is an inferior grade spiritual technique. Every level of the extreme mortal stage can open 8 apertures. After checking it out, Chunzong could not help but put it down. The apertures were all included in the Dark Feather Tao. Checking continuously, Chunzong seemed to be possessed by the devil. There were more than 100 inferior-grade spiritual techniques in the Dark Feather Mountain collection, more than 30 middle-grade spiritual techniques, and 5 upper-grade spiritual techniques. Of course, they were not as good as the Dark Feather Tao. After checking all of them, Chunzong finally smiled. Using the Tao of the heart as the foundation, integrating the heavenly sword Tao and the dark feather Tao, and then integrating the green jade mystic technique, the white feather mystic technique, and the red ancient mystic technique, I can perfect the Tao of the heart. From the first level to the third level of the extreme mortal stage, every level can open 12 apertures. 12 apertures! Legend had it that only the supreme grade legacy techniques could open 12 apertures for every level of the extreme mortal stage. However, the supreme grade legacy techniques were only legend. Chunzong did not expect his luck to be so good that he could find 3 compatible mystic techniques in the Dark Feather Mountain. There was a special characteristic of the Tao of the heart. Once other techniques were integrated, it would be fixed and could not be changed. This meant that there was only one chance. Back then, the heavenly sword Jiandi was different from Chunzong. He walked the path of a rogue cultivator. Coupled with some external factors, he was unable to upgrade the heavenly sword Tao to the supreme grade and stopped at the supreme grade. I will first perfect the first 3 levels of the Tao of the heart before cultivating it properly. Chunzong thought to himself. As for the 4th, 5th, and 9th levels after the 3rd level, he would have to work hard to collect more spiritual techniques and mystic techniques to perfect them. Chunzong spent a period of time thinking carefully. After all, he only had one chance. He could not afford to make any mistake. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. After a few more days, Chunzong was finally certain. With the Tao of the heart as the foundation, I will integrate various mystic techniques. Let's begin. In the Heart Sword House, Chunzong activated the defensive power and began to cultivate in seclusion. The circulation route of the Tao of the heart was very simple. However, as Chunzong integrated the dark feather mystic technique, the circulation route began to change. Shortly after, he integrated the heavenly sword mystic technique and the circulation route became even more complicated. Finally, he integrated the green jade mystic technique, white feather mystic technique, and red ancient mystic technique. The circulation route became even more mysterious and comprehensive. In the first level of the extreme mortal stage, Chunzong had already opened 10 apertures. Now, he was going to break through the 11th. Break. Next, he broke through the 12th aperture. Break again. Chunzong's body shuddered, and the aura he emitted grew even stronger. Chapter 731. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, radiating heat and light. Outside the Heart Sword House, there was a layer of flowing light. As it flowed slowly, it protected the Heart Sword House without any blind spots. This layer of protection was extremely powerful. It could withstand any attack from an Extreme Realm expert, and could also withstand attacks from an Earth Spirit Realm expert. Only a Profound Sky Realm expert could break through it. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura gushed out, filling every corner of the Heart Sword House and soaring into the sky. If it wasn't for that layer of tough defensive force, this aura would have soared into the sky. The aura was getting more and more tyrannical. Early stage 3rd level mortal realm. This was the aura that Chenzong was emitting. Compared to before, it was several times more tyrannical. Immediately, the aura rose again, becoming even more tyrannical. Mid-stage 3rd level mortal realm. Chenzong had come out of seclusion. His tyrannical aura was filled with boundless tyranny, but it also had a kind of smoothness and agility, as if he could do whatever he wanted. Removing the protection of the Heart Sword House, Chenzong's figure flashed and shot up to the sky like a rock. His speed was so fast that only after leaving a straight line in the sky did a sharp roar resound. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong had shot up to a height of several hundred meters. His figure paused, and he stood in the air. An extreme mortal realm expert couldn't stand in the air like a profound sky realm expert, but they could do it for a short period of time. The stronger the ability, the longer the time they could stay in the air. The spiritual energy in Chenzong's body was incomparably nimble. It was agile and light, changing at will, causing Chenzong's figure to become even lighter. Hundreds of meters in the air, Chenzong pointed his finger like a sword and drew a line in the air. White energy condensed into a sword, slicing through the air for hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. The white sword light in the air twisted and changed according to Chenzong's will. It was like a long whip, like a spiritual snake, and like a dragon soaring in the sky. Withdraw. The white sword light instantly shrank back into his body. Using the path of the heart as the foundation and incorporating other paths and techniques, I have now perfected the first 3 tiers of the extreme mortal realm, which should be enough for me to train for a while. However, I need to find other techniques to further perfect the rest. Chenzong thought to himself as he descended. The wind blew, causing his robe to flutter. Since Chenzong had perfected the extreme mortal realm from the 1st to the 3rd stage to the legendary level, he was not willing to stop at the extreme level for the following exercises. Either you don't do it or you do your best. The legendary peerless inheritance. Chenzong was filled with pride. So what if Fang Xingchen had obtained the legacy of the Taiyuan Saint Path? Could it be compared to a pinnacle tier legacy? He couldn't. The difference between 99 aperture points and 108 aperture points was very obvious. For this Tao, I use the Tao of the heart as the foundation and fuse thousands of Taos together. It also has the foundation of changing one's mind, allowing one to do as one pleases. It is called the Tao of the heart. I practice the sword, and the Tao I walk is the sword Tao. This Tao is called the Tao of the heart sword. Chenzong decided on the name of his Tao. In that instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across the clear sky, as if the heavenly Tao had acknowledged him. The heavenly sword Tao has become the heavenly Jindi Senior, while the Tao of the heart sword will become the heart sword king, the heart sword emperor, and even the heart Jindi. For a moment, Chenzong was in high spirits, and his spirit world was infinitely high. I still want to peek into the realm above the emperor realm. Soon after, Chenzong could not help but shake his head and smile. He felt that he was biting off more than he could chew. At the end of the day, he had only just stepped into the extreme mortal realm. He was only standing at the starting point of the profound martial Tao, and had stepped into the threshold of the strong. However, with the Tao of the heart sword, and with his own ability and hard work, his future achievements were not just a dream. Chenzong's figure landed outside the heart sword house, and his figure unfolded as he swiftly headed towards Elder Songxian's palace. A complete Tao of cultivation includes Qi cultivation methods, martial arts, secret arts, and so on. My Tao of the heart sword has only perfected the Qi cultivation methods for the 1st to 3rd layers of the extreme mortal realm, but my martial arts are still incomplete. However, I already have some ideas. I only need to integrate the various sword techniques that I have cultivated in the past, and then slowly absorb the essence of other martial arts. As for secret arts, I can also use this method. To put it bluntly, the Tao of the Heart Sword was the foundation of the Tao of the Heart, and then integrated the essence of other Taos. It was not difficult, as long as one had enough Taos, Qi cultivation methods and martial arts, and could perfect it. However, it was also difficult, as it was impossible to do without sufficient comprehension. Another point was that it needed time. Chernzong still had something to do, and that was the hidden danger of the unhindered sword sect's Grand Elder, Yuan Lingzi. He could not be at ease until he had resolved it. Previously, he had just broken through and received the inheritance, which was the best time to cultivate. Therefore, he suppressed the anxiety in his heart and first perfected it. Now that 2 months had passed, he had completed this step, and the rest could only be done slowly. You want to go to Chaotian Island? Elder Tsangxian frowned when he learned of Chernzong's intention. According to him, Chernzong should stay in Sangyu Mountain and cultivate diligently. After all, he had just broken through, and his potential was very active. If he cultivated in seclusion for a few years, he would be able to convert his active potential into cultivation and improve his strength again. After a few years, his active potential would become dormant, and he could only cultivate slowly before coming out of seclusion. Elder, Senior Yuan Lingzi's injury is a regret in my heart. I didn't have the ability in the past, but now that I have, if I can't cure it, I won't be at ease, let alone cultivate properly. Chernzong said solemnly. In truth, he should have immediately rushed back to Chaotian Island after obtaining the Heavenly Sun Vast Origin Pill, but because he had just broken through and received 3 Daos, he needed to tidy himself up. Moreover, with the pills provided by the 9th Prince, Senior Yuan Lingzi should have been able to last for 10 years, and only a few years had passed. Of course, as Elder Tsangxian had said, he might be able to cultivate in seclusion for a few years, and rush back after coming out. However, it was hard to say how many years it would be. What if he missed the opportunity? No, you can't miss this period of time. I'll send someone to deliver the pills, Elder Tsangxian said. This was a compromise. However, Chernzong's trip back was not only to treat Senior Yuan Lingzi, but also for other matters. It was best for him to personally make a trip. With this thought, Chernzong released his aura. Initial 3rd layer of the extreme human stage. Elder Tsangxian was shocked. When Chernzong left the Taiyuan stage, his cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd layer of the extreme human stage. However, it wasn't easy for him to break through to the initial 3rd layer of the extreme human stage. He would need at least a few months of cultivation. Fang Xingchen had reached the peak of the 2nd layer of the extreme human stage earlier than Chernzong, but had yet to break through to the initial 3rd layer of the extreme human stage. Moreover, he had inherited the supreme grade Tai Yuan Saint Wei. It had only been 2 months since Chernzong had received the Blue Feather Mystic Wei, but he had already broken through. His aura was very stable, as if he had broken through for a few months. If Elder Tsangxian knew that this was the result of Chernzong's concealment, who knew how shocked he would be? After revealing a portion of his cultivation and Chernzong's persuasion, Elder Tsangxian finally agreed. However, there was an additional condition. He had to accompany Chernzong. That's right, Elder Tsangxian was worried about Chernzong's safety, so he had to accompany and protect Chernzong. Chernzong naturally wouldn't refuse. On the contrary, he was very happy to accept. After all, he might have a conflict with the Wanluo sect and the Dragon Diagram royal family on this trip. It was unavoidable. Elder Tsangxian was a profound heaven stage expert. With him accompanying him, Chernzong would be safer. Since that's the case, I'll take care of what needs to be taken care of first. We'll leave in 10 days. Elder Tsangxian finally concluded. All right. Chernzong nodded. In these 10 days, He would read up on some martial arts and prepare to create his own heart sword Dao sword art. Moreover, he had already broken through to the transcendent stage. The Anata 5 swords were only pseudo-spirit weapons, so it was difficult for him to display his full strength. He had to use a real spirit weapon, even if it was a low-grade one. Receiving 2 low-grade spirit weapons for free was also the benefit of being an esoteric disciple. One of them was the red jade sword. It was bright red all over, as if it was made of red jade. It contained a blazing power, and when it was used to display a sword technique, each sword would be as hot as a raging fire. However, the red jade sword's appearance was normal. Chen Zong chose the red jade sword because of the sword technique he practiced. Previously, he had the Anata 5 swords. Each sword had its own role, and the 5 directions of the sword were fully displayed. But now, he didn't have the Anata 5 swords, so he could only choose a normal sword. That way, he wouldn't be biased. The other low-grade spirit weapon was an inner armor, which could provide excellent protection when worn. The value of a low-grade spiritual armor was much higher than the red jade sword. Chen Zong had participated in an auction on Chaotian Island. The low-grade spirit weapons sold at the auction were worth at least a few hundred low-grade spirit sources. But this was the benefit of being an esoteric disciple of the Tai Yuan heavenly sect. A large sect was indeed a large sect. It was incomparable. No wonder there were so many disciples who wanted to become a large sect, but they had no way out. In 10 days, Chen Zong had browsed through all kinds of sword techniques in Green Feather Mountain. He had also browsed through other martial arts to increase his accumulation and to help him create his own heart sword principal sword technique. However, it wasn't easy to create a spirit-grade sword technique. Chen Zong didn't dare to hope to create one in a short time. It was necessary to accumulate experience. Time flew. In a flash, 10 days had passed. Chen Zong, let's go. Elder Tsang Xian had arranged everything, and Elder Tsang Yi was in charge. The two of them quickly left Green Feather Mountain. Elder Tsang Xian was a 4th-layer heavenly profound realm expert, and his flying speed was extremely fast. With him carrying Chen Zong, they left Green Feather Mountain and the Tai Yuan heavenly sect behind in the blink of an eye. Elder Tsang Xian was very low-key on this trip. The more low-key he was, the less likely he would attract attention and avoid being attacked again. A strong wind blew, but it was blocked by Elder Tsang Xian's power. It couldn't affect Chen Zong in the slightest. But the speed was so fast that Chen Zong couldn't see his surroundings clearly. When he opened his eyes, countless streams of air rushed towards him. Chen Zong felt dizzy after looking for a while. Chapter 732. The Blue Waves Sea was a magnificent place. A small boat flew forward at lightning speed, passing by in the blink of an eye, as if it was cutting open the surface of the sea, leaving behind a long and straight scar. The feather-like boat was the high-grade spirit vessel Elder Tsang Xian was piloting. It was at least 10 times faster than the spirit vessel Elder Song was piloting to protect Qing Chen. In other words, Chen Zong could return to Chaotian Island in a shorter time. Moreover, unlike riding on Elder Song's spirit boat, Chen Zong was shocked to find that his vision wasn't affected in the slightest. He wasn't unable to see the outside world clearly because of the speed of the spirit boat. The sky was so blue and boundless. The sea was so deep and vast. Even though the spirit boat was extremely fast, it would still take more than half a month to cross the sea. Chen Zong did not dare to waste any time. He sat cross-legged on the boat and constantly integrated what he had learned. He wanted to see if he could comprehend the first sword move of the heart sword Dao and increase his strength. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong had a deeper understanding of the various pseudo-lingwu he had created. If he wanted to, he could upgrade them all to low-grade lingwu. After all, he only needed to change the minor true meaning to true meaning. But this was not what Chen Zong wanted. The heart sword Tao required one to follow one's heart and do as one pleased. It required a kind of inspiration, a sudden inspiration, and a suitable opportunity. This was the heart sword Tao and the heart sword move. Comprehend, comprehend. Look at the sky. It was blue and boundless. Look at the clouds. They were white and ever-changing. Look at the sea. It was deep and vast. Every day, Chen Zong would comprehend something new. He would use his fingers as a sword and casually move them in front of him. He looked like he was not paying attention at all. In addition, he could not neglect the cultivation of the heart sword Tao. Chen Zong had opened up 12 aperture acupoints in both the first and second tier of the extreme mortal realm. He had also perfected the third tier of the extreme mortal realm and was able to open up 12 aperture acupoints. Now, Chen Zong had opened up the third and was on his way to the fourth. However, as the spiritual boat approached Chaotian Island, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew thinner and thinner, and the efficiency of cultivation dropped significantly. Fortunately, Chen Zong had a source of spiritual energy. Low-grade and mid-grade spirit sources. Low-grade spirit sources were more suitable for extreme mortal realm warriors, mid-grade spirit sources were more suitable for earth spirit realm warriors, and high-grade spirit sources were more suitable for profound sky realm warriors. As the outline of Chaotian Island appeared in front of his eyes, Chen Zong had finished his cultivation. The 2 low-grade spiritual sources in his hands had turned into powder, and all the pure spiritual energy inside had been absorbed. As the spirit vessel approached, Elder Tsang Xian grabbed Chen Zong's shoulder and soared into the air while keeping the spirit vessel into his virtual ring. "Which way?" Elder Tsang Xian asked. Chen Zong quickly swept a glance around. This was the billowing sea region, and they had to pass through the ascending heaven region to return to the Longtu region. He pointed out a direction for Elder Tsangshuan. The area of Chaotian Island was not as large as the smallest continent of the Blue Waves continent, not to mention the smallest of the 3 regions, the Billowing Sea region. In less than half a day, Elder Tsang Xian returned to the Ascending Heaven region with Chen Zong. As soon as he entered the Ascending Heaven region, Chen Zong immediately felt a force condensing in his body. It was a very familiar fluctuation. He immediately used his spiritual sense to inspect his body and saw the phantom of a small tower condensing in his knowledge sea. The Ascending Heaven Tower. Chen Zong was surprised. After he left the Ascending Heaven region, the phantom of the Ascending Heaven Tower disappeared. According to the incarnation of Li Tian Emperor, the power of the Ascending Heaven Tower only covered the Ascending Heaven region. Previously, his cultivation was too low, and his realm was too low. Now that he had finally stepped into the transcendent realm, it was different. He could feel it. Back then, the incarnation of Li Tian Emperor said that I would go to the Ascending Heaven Tower after I stepped into the transcendent realm. Fine, I will return to the Longtu region and the Unhindered Sword sect to cure the chief elder, Yuan Lingzi. Then, I will return to the eastern continent to visit my father and my clansmen. Then, I will come to the Ascending Heaven region to take a look at the Ascending Heaven region's Ascending Heaven Tower. Chen Zong decided on his itinerary. After crossing the Ascending Heaven region and entering the Longtu region, the phantom of the Ascending Heaven Tower dispersed again and disappeared without a trace. Chen Zong could see the phantom of the Ascending Heaven Tower disappear, but he did not know where it disappeared to. The power of the Ascending Heaven Tower was really mysterious. Even if he had reached the extreme mortal realm, he could not see through it. First, I will return to the Unhindered Sword sect, then to the eastern continent. After that, I will go to the Imperial City to find the 9th prince. Chen Zong thought to himself. Immediately, his eyes flashed. It's time to settle the grudge between me and the 3rd prince. Elder Tsang Xian's speed was amazing. Soon, he arrived at the gate of the Unhindered Sword sect with Chen Zong. Returning to the Unhindered Sword sect, Chen Zong's heart was filled with emotions. This place could be considered the starting point of his sword training, and it left a deep impression on him. Chen Zong released his spiritual sense. Originally, when he was at the third rank of the pseudo-transcendent stage, after being nourished by the golden dragon of luck, Chen Zong's spiritual power had become much stronger. He could now extend it out of his body and cover an area of 50 meters. After transforming his spiritual sense was much stronger than other extreme realms of the same level. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual sense of a first-layer extreme mortal realm practitioner could cover an area of 1,000 meters. The spiritual sense of a second-layer extreme mortal realm practitioner could cover an area of 2,000 meters, and so on. The spiritual sense of a ninth-layer extreme mortal realm practitioner could cover an area of 9,000 meters. However, there were some cultivators with higher talent who could exceed the standard. For example, each layer could cover an area of a few hundred or 1,000 meters. When Chen Zong released his spiritual sense, it covered an area of 9,000 meters, which was 3 times the standard range. The larger the spiritual sense, the more beneficial it was for a cultivator. Not only would they have more energy, a clearer mind, and sharper thoughts, but they would also have better memory, insight, and other aspects. Using his spiritual sense, Chen Zong felt that the air of the unhindered sword sect seemed to be filled with a strange aura. It was an ominous feeling. With a flash of his body, Chen Zong impatiently rushed towards the unhindered sword sect's mountain gate. Surprisingly, there were no disciples guarding the mountain gate. Moreover, Chen Zong also saw that a corner of the mountain gate was broken. It seemed to have been there for quite some time, and his face became even uglier. Walking up, Chen Zong soon arrived at the square where the unhindered sword cauldron was located. There were many people standing there. Ha 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 ha, the unhindered sword sect's hidden fragrance sword is only SOSO. You can't even block 10 of my moves. Arrogant laughter floated in the wind, and the people of the unhindered sword sect who heard it were all furious. Chen Zong's face darkened slightly, and his eyes quickly scanned the area. The sect leader Lin Zhonghan was there, and so were 2 elders. They were the Great Elder and the Third Elder, and a group of core disciples of the unhindered sword sect. Hidden Fragrance Sword Senior Sister's Washan Mei's sword was in her hand, and the tip of the sword was lowered. Her face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her aura was chaotic, and it was obvious that she was heavily injured. The person who laughed arrogantly was a young man in a black robe. His eyes were long and narrow, and his face was cold. The aura around him was cold, and Chen Zong felt that it was familiar. It was the aura of the Wanluo sect. Beside the arrogant young man in a black robe stood an elder in a black robe. The aura he emitted was of the extreme mortal realm, and it was very cold, as if it could freeze everything around it. He was an elder of the Wanluo sect. Wanluo sect. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. In the past, the Wanluo sect had targeted the unhindered sword sect and him many times. Later on, the elder of the Wanluo sect had personally come to the unhindered sword sect and used the Lingwu to injure the founding elder Yuan Lingzi, who was tortured by the evil qi every day. Chen Zong had returned with the intention of settling the score with the Wanluo sect. He didn't expect that before he could find them, the Wanluo sect would come to the unhindered sword sect and cause trouble. It seemed like this wasn't the first time. The unhindered sword sect had been more difficult than he had imagined. A trace of murderous intent rose from his heart. "Where's Lin Yuya? Tell him to come out." The Wanluo sect disciple spoke again, and his voice was sharp. "I want to see how powerful this so-called cold rain sword sect is, and how many of my attacks they can block. If Senior Brother Lin was here, you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant," a core disciple of the unhindered sword sect said angrily. "Ha ha, no means no. No matter how many excuses you make, it's useless. If you're not convinced, then come out and fight me. I'll only use one hand." The Wanluo sect disciple was getting more and more arrogant. The black-robed elder standing beside him had his hands behind his back, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. This person's cultivation was at the 4th level of the extreme mortal realm, while the sect leader Lin Zhonghan's cultivation was at the peak 3rd level of the extreme mortal realm. As for the great elder and the third elder, they were at the early 3rd level of the extreme mortal realm and the mid-2nd level of the extreme mortal realm, respectively. They weren't geniuses who could fight above their level, so even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the Wanluo sect elder. Moreover, even if they could defeat the Wanluo sect elder, they would only anger the Wanluo sect, and the consequences would be even more severe. Anger. But there was nothing they could do. Facing the other party's arrogance, the unhindered sword sect disciple was so angry that his teeth were about to break, but he could only make the other party more excited. Previously, with the 4th level of the extreme mortal realm, Yuan Lingzi, this elder didn't dare to be so arrogant. But now, the situation was different. He could come and go as he pleased. As long as there weren't many casualties, the dragon diagram imperial family wouldn't care. Why don't you all come together? The Wanluo sect disciple spoke again, extremely arrogant. There's no need for them, I'll only use one hand. Suddenly, a deep voice rose up, as if it was the voice of an ancient beast. The anger contained in the voice was like the lava accumulated in a 1,000-year-old volcano. Once it erupted, it would destroy the heavens and the earth. The moment the voice rose up, the crowd started to look for the source of the voice. Soon after, their gazes fell upon a figure. That person was walking up the stairs step by step. The sect leader Lin Zhonghan, the two elders, Shuashan Mei and the other disciples were all stunned when they saw that person's face. Many of the disciples even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Shuashan Mei's eyes were filled with indescribable joy and surprise. The Wanluo sect's elders and disciples' gazes all fell upon the person who had suddenly appeared. Their gazes were sharp and cold, as if they could see through him. Who are you? You still want to stand up for the unhindered sword sect? Aren't you afraid of dying here? The Wanluo sect's disciple shouted. Chapter 733. Dominator of the 6 realms has a piece of news for all of you. Love like Luli, this tycoon, has so much money that he doesn't know where to spend it. Therefore, he's building a new building in the book review and comments section. Last month, he built a building once, but he stopped at 2,000 stories. Therefore, this tycoon despises your combat power. You can't even build 10,000 stories, so he doesn't know where to spend his money. This time, we must support him. Dear friends, let's build a new building together and cheer for this tycoon. Stretch out your hands and give him a hand so that he will no longer be lost. If you want to build a building, you need to download the Zhongheng app with your phone. Find the book, The Way of the Sword, and enter the circle of readers of this book. Then, you need to notify the readers of this news. It will explode tomorrow. Chenzong? The Wanluo sect disciple was a little surprised. He felt like he had heard this name before, but he couldn't remember where. The Wanluo sect elder frowned slightly. He stared at Chenzong and a flash of realization appeared in his eyes. It's him. The name Chenzong wasn't a big deal. After all, it was common for people with the same name to have the same surname. However, if you added the title of Zhongheng Sword Sect's Sword Son, then there was only one possibility. However, wasn't this person expelled by Zhongheng Sword Sect? Moreover, he was wanted by the third prince, and had already left Longtu region. It was said that after being hunted down in Ascending Heaven region, his whereabouts were unknown. How could he appear here? But it doesn't matter. The third prince hasn't revoked his wanted order. As long as I capture him and hand him over to the third prince, I'll be rewarded handsomely, the Wanluo sect elder said secretly. Chenzong's aura was completely restrained. It was impossible to tell his cultivation level. However, under normal circumstances, he was at most a pseudo-transcendent. At most, he would have the combat power of an 8-star. I don't care who you are. Since you want to stand up for me, I'll let you know the consequences of standing up for me. The 10,000 Luo sect disciple let out a sharp laugh. He immediately waved his dark black sleeves, and a wave of dark wind swept over. Soon after, a dark black hand was spat out from his wide dark black sleeves like a poisonous snake leaving its hole. With a muffled sound, his black palm, which was suffused with a trace of gloomy coldness, approached Chen Zong with great force. The palm was aimed at his heart. At the same time, all those who hadn't reached the transcendent realm felt a chill run down their spines. "Be careful!" Zhuoshan Mei couldn't help but exclaim, reminding Chen Zong. However, this kind of attack was too weak for Chen Zong. Even if Chen Zong had not yet broken through to the transcendent realm, he could still easily resist this attack with his strength of the third extremity. Chen Zong didn't dodge. It seemed that he didn't have time to react and couldn't dodge. With a bang, the Wanluo sect's disciple's palm strike carried a terrifying cold energy. It viciously slammed into Chen Zong's chest, producing a muffled sound like the beating of a drum. Wisps of blackness surged out, turning into ripples that spread out and then dissipated. Under everyone's shocked and worried gazes, Chen Zong's figure stood firm. "You can't even dodge my attack. I don't know where you get your confidence from." The Wanluo sect's disciple sneered. "Is this the power you're so proud of? What's the difference between you and an ant?" Chen Zong said unhurriedly, a trace of coldness flashing across his face. The Wanluo sect's disciple stared at Chen Zong's chest in horror. His attack didn't leave the slightest mark. "Impossible!" With a cry of surprise, the Wanluo sect's disciple attacked again, erupting with all his strength. With a bang, an extremely tyrannical power swept out, accompanied by a howling wind. It was as if it had rushed out from the depths of hell. With a wave of his sleeve, a series of black palm prints overlapped and blasted towards Chen Zong's chest. If one attack wasn't enough, then he would attack multiple times. Bang bang bang! A series of muffled drum beats rang out, but Chen Zong's figure still didn't move. He didn't dodge, allowing his opponent's attacks to land on his body until the 9th consecutive attack ended. "Impossible!" The Wanluo sect's disciple was horrified. His 9 full-powered attacks were enough to kill someone at the peak of the 7-star level. Even a beginner 8-star wouldn't be able to withstand it. Not to mention that Chen Zong didn't move, dodge, or even use his power to defend himself. Even a master would die. However, this person stood still and took a total of 10 attacks from his shady hand. Not only did he not die, but he also didn't seem to be injured at all. Was he forcing himself? "You've attacked me 10 times, and I'll only return the favor once." Chen Zong's voice rang out. There was a hint of coldness and sharpness in it. It immediately caused the disciple of the Wanluo sect to involuntarily tremble. He felt a chill that came from the depths of his soul. There was no time to dodge, nor any other reaction. Chen Zong used his finger like a sword and slashed forward before pointing it out. This attack seemed very slow, so slow that everyone could see its trajectory clearly. However, they felt like they couldn't dodge it no matter how hard they tried. It was as if their minds and eyes were out of sync. The Wanluo sect's disciple who bore the brunt of the attack was even more horrified. This was because he realized that he couldn't summon up any resistance against this attack. It was as if he could accept it with ease. "Stop!" The Wanluo sect's LV4 Supreme Mortal Realm Elder had a higher cultivation after all. He was very experienced. He could tell that something was wrong with just a glance. He immediately shouted in a low voice and attacked at the same time. With a flick of his finger, a chilling black finger energy shot through the air. This finger energy shot towards Chen Zong, forcing Chen Zong to stop and save himself. Unexpectedly, Chen Zong's body swayed slightly. The chilling finger energy shot through the air and shot to a place where there was no one behind him. It left a faint trace in the air. Meanwhile, Chunzong's finger energy still maintained a uniform speed and finally landed on the Wanluo sect's disciple's chest. The fake spiritual energy protecting his body couldn't protect him at all. Even if the fake spiritual weapon inner armor on his body was activated, it couldn't protect him at all. Break, break, break. The sharp finger energy pierced through the surface and directly into the disciple's heart. It then spun like a blooming flower and instantly killed the disciple, turning his heart into minced meat. With a muffled groan, the Wanluo sect's disciple's face suddenly turned pale. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, mixed with the minced meat of his heart. His lifeless eyes stared at Chunzong and quickly dimmed. He fell backwards, dead as a doornail. He's dead. He's really dead? Good kill. The Wanluo sword sect's disciples were all stunned. After confirming that their opponent was dead, they were finally overjoyed. You actually dared to kill him. You're dead meat. The Wanluo sect's elder was stunned at first. He couldn't believe it, but then he roared angrily. His voice was earth-shattering, and an extremely chilling killing intent shot out like a storm. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped, as if the underworld had descended. This chilling coldness caused the Wanluo sword sect's disciples to shiver uncontrollably. They couldn't withstand the chilling aura and killing intent. Sect leader Lin Zhonghan and the two elders hurriedly released their own auras to resist. Only then did they manage to relieve the pressure on the disciples. Die. The incomparably chilling voice was like a chilling wind from the underworld. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to freeze. The elder of the 10,000 sifting sect made his move again. With a light tap of his finger, the finger grew larger and larger as it flew towards Chunzong. The lines on the fingertip were clearly visible and seemed to be squirming. Every single one of the fingerprints exuded an eerie coldness that could freeze everything. Terrifying. This was an attack from a fourth-layer mortal stage expert. The distance was too close, and sect leader Lin Zhonghan and the rest couldn't help in time. They could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, a blazing red light flashed past, like a meteor streaking across the sky. It was dazzling and beautiful, and instantly left a mark in everyone's hearts that they would never forget. Besides Elder Tsang Xian, no one could clearly see where the blazing red light had come from. It was sword light, the sword light of the red jade sword. It was the sword light of the red jade sword at Chunzong's waist. This sword was ordinary and unremarkable, but it gave off a feeling of returning to one's natural state. Wherever the blazing red sword light passed, it directly struck the finger. The incomparably tyrannical power directly dispelled the chill on the finger. With a cracking sound, the fingerprints broke like steel wires. Following that, the finger shattered into pieces. The blazing red sword light slashed forward with its remaining power, causing the Wanluo sect's elder to feel an astonishing heat rush towards him, as if it was going to melt him. He couldn't help but be horrified. Without any hesitation, the Wanluo sect's elder immediately turned around, transforming into a streak of black light as he dashed down the mountain. Chunzong's sword made him feel threatened. He also knew from Chunzong's cultivation that he was at the initial third layer of the mortal stage. He was very cautious, and immediately left once he felt that something was wrong. Initial third layer of the mortal stage. Sect leader Lin Zhonghan and the two elders also felt it. They were all dumbstruck, standing there like wooden statues. This cultivation was too shocking. But in reality, this was also the result of Chunzong hiding his true strength. The mind mystery art that Chunzong cultivated was a legendary peerless rank spiritual art. On the other hand, the Wanluo sect's elder's spiritual art was only a lower rank spiritual art. Not only was there a huge difference in potential between the two spiritual arts, but there was also a clear difference in the purity and power of the spiritual energies cultivated. Moreover, when a lower-rank spiritual art cultivator reached the initial fourth layer of the mortal stage, they would only be able to open 25 or 26 apertures. Although the cultivation that Chen Zong displayed was at the initial third layer of the mortal stage, he had also opened 25 or 26 apertures. In terms of quantity, he was not inferior at all, and in terms of purity, he was superior. "Do you think you can escape?" Chen Zong said, as if he was asking himself, and also asking his opponent. Immediately, the red jade sword slashed through the air. Hundreds of meters away, strands of hair-like red sword threads spread out from the red jade sword. They spread out in the air at an astonishing speed, and turned into a sword light that pierced through the air 100 meters away. This sword light had a kind of freedom, a kind of lightness, and a kind of nimbleness. Its trajectory seemed to be following one's will, and it was very smooth. This sword was a sword technique that Chen Zong had comprehended on his way back. Mind sword principle? Basic style. Even though it was only the basic style of the mind sword principle, it still contained a shocking amount of power. It did not have a fixed trajectory, a fixed style, or a fixed power. Everything changed according to Chen Zong's will. Where the will of the heart, the sword would follow. Although it moved later, it reached first. It drew a beautiful trajectory in the air, and caught up in an instant. Break. The protective spiritual energy of the Wanluo sect elder was directly torn apart. The terrifying power of the sword style broke through the elder's back. The scorching power was like the boiling lava of a volcano, able to melt steel into molten iron in an instant. With a puff, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood left his mouth, it turned into a cloud of blood mist due to the terrifying heat that invaded his body. He fell and rolled forward. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he rolled down the mountain. Killed in one strike. Chapter 734. At the top of the mountain, in a thatched hut. His hair was like weeds and his face was pale and thin. His aura was weak and he was on the verge of death. His body twitched from time to time as he suffered great pain. But when he saw Chen Zong come in, Yuan Lingzi struggled to get up. A deacon quickly helped him sit up. "Elder Yuan." Chen Zong's eyes suddenly felt sore and guilty. If it weren't for him, Elder Yuan wouldn't be like this. "You came back," Yuan Lingzi said shakily. Chen Zong felt his eyes ache even more. He took a deep breath and suppressed this feeling. Chen Zong quickly walked forward and appeared in front of Yuan Lingzi. He supported Yuan Lingzi's trembling body due to weakness and pain. He was suffering from the erosion and torture of the Yin power at every moment. If it weren't for the pill the ninth prince sent, he would have died long ago. "Elder Yuan, this is the Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pill. It can expel the Yin power in your body and replenish your Yuan Qi. Take it quickly." Chen Zong took out a Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pill and handed it to Yuan Lingzi. Yuan Lingzi only trusted Chen Zong. He opened his mouth and ate it. After the pill entered his stomach, it immediately melted and a majestic pure yang power quickly spread through his body. It made Yuan Lingzi, who had been in the cold, feel a trace of warmth. This warmth was like the rising sun and quickly spread through his body. In just a dozen breaths of time, Yuan Lingzi's pale face gradually became rosy. After another quarter of an hour, Yuan Lingzi's body stopped trembling and his face became rosy again. His weed-like long hair also regained vitality. His originally weak aura gradually became stronger and stronger, and he quickly recovered. No matter how one looked at it, Yuan Lingzi didn't look like a dying person. Seeing Yuan Lingzi's change with his own eyes, Chen Zong finally relaxed but still asked, "Elder Yuan, how do you feel?" "I've never felt better." Yuan Lingzi let out a hearty laugh, full of energy. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and the two elders waiting outside the cottage were pleasantly surprised and quickly rushed in. As for Elder Tsang Xian, he did not follow them. He had left Chen Zong to deal with the matter himself, and did not intervene. Only when a strong enemy that Chen Zong could not deal with appeared would it be time for him to step in. Elder Yuan! Elder Yuan! Elder Yuan, you've recovered? The sect master and 2 elders rushed in and were pleasantly surprised to see Yuan Lingzi with a ruddy complexion and a stable aura. Ha 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 ha, the baleful Yin power in my body has been completely expelled. The Yuan Qi I lost has basically been replenished. As long as I cultivate for a while, my cultivation will be completely restored. Yuan Lingzi laughed. Over the past few years, he had been suffering from the corrosion of the baleful Yin energy. It was incomparably painful. If not for the medicinal pills that the 9th prince had sent over, he would have died long ago. Now, with a single heavenly sun vast origin pill, the baleful Yin energy in his body was completely removed, and the Yuan Qi he lost was almost completely restored. This feeling was really wonderful. Yuan Lingzi suddenly looked at Chen Zong and said apologetically, "It's been hard on you." Although his cultivation was not high, his experience was quite rich. He naturally knew the value of the Heavenly Sun vast origin pill. Chen Zong must have paid a lot in order to obtain the Heavenly Sun vast origin pill. If it weren't for me, the Wanluo sect wouldn't have targeted our unhindered sword sect, said Chen Zong in a serious voice. This was indeed the truth. Elder Yuan's recovery is a joyous matter, but we need to think of a way to deal with the Wanluo sect's revenge. The first elder frowned and said in a heavy tone, "The Wanluo sect's revenge?" Yuan Lingzi still didn't know what had happened. "What revenge?" "Elder Yuan, I just killed 2 people from the Wanluo sect," said Chen Zong. "So what if you killed them?" Yuan Lingzi said in an incomparably firm tone. "If the Wanluo sect comes for revenge, it's nothing more than a battle. It's nothing more than death." In the past few years, Yuan Lingzi had been eroded and tortured by the baleful Yin power. Now that he had recovered, he became even more determined. "It's nothing more than a battle. It's nothing more than death. We must fight, but we can't sacrifice ourselves for no reason. We must leave behind a seed and a legacy for our unhindered sword sect." Sect Master Lin Zhonghan said in a deep voice. "Immediately arrange for a group of talented disciples to disperse and leave. Conceal their identities and work hard to cultivate. One day we will rebuild the unhindered sword sect." This was indeed a solution. It was also the final choice that many factions had to make. Quickly inform Yuxia to come out of seclusion. Let him and Zhuoshanmei each lead a group of disciples and leave as soon as possible, said the 3rd elder. They didn't include Chen Zong because they had already expelled Chen Zong back then. Since he had been expelled, they couldn't let Chen Zong step into the conflict between the unhindered sword sect and the Wanluo sect. On the other hand, they had to resist the Wanluo sect so that Chen Zong wouldn't be disturbed. "Wait," said Chen Zong. "Sect Master and Elder, you don't have to do this." Chen Zong, although I don't know what you've experienced in the past few years that allowed you to reach the early stage of the 3rd level of the extreme human realm, the strength of the Wanluo sect isn't something you can fight against now. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan said in a deep voice, "Your talent, your potential, and your opportunities are rare. As long as you have enough time, it's not impossible for you to surpass the Wanluo sect in the future." In other words, Chen Zong was still unable to fight against the Wanluo sect. Therefore, only the unhindered sword sect could resist. Even if the sect was destroyed, they had to resist. As long as the disciples who left in the future grew up and were strong enough, they could rebuild the unhindered sword sect. Early stage of the 3rd level of the extreme human realm. Yuan Lingzi stared at Chen Zong in shock. He remembered that when Chen Zong left a few years ago, he was only in the true martial realm. He hadn't reached the pseudo-transcendent realm. In a few years, he had reached the extreme human realm, and the 3rd level of the extreme human realm. What kind of talent was this? Senior elders, Sect Master and Elders, there's no need to worry. Leave the Wanluo sect to me. Chernzong said seriously, in the past few years, I left the Longtu region, and even the island under our feet. I went to the Blue Waves continent and joined a large sect. Now that I've returned, there's a profound heaven expert escorting me. Chernzong's words were short, but the amount of information they contained made Yuan Lingzi and the others dizzy. Island? Large sect? Profound heaven expert escorting him? Chernzong used the simplest words to explain the general situation of this world. When they found out that the place they were at was only one of the many islands on the Blue Waves Sea, the shock in Yuan Lingzi and the others' hearts directly showed on their faces. Turned out that the world was so big. As for Chernzong going to the center of the world, the Blue Waves continent, and joining one of the most tyrannical sect, and even becoming an outstanding disciple, they didn't feel dissatisfied, only happy. With your talent, only a powerful sect like the Tai Yuan Heaven sect is suitable for you. Yuan Lingzi couldn't help but sigh. If Chernzong had stayed in the unhindered sword sect to cultivate, it was unknown whether he could have reached the extreme human realm, let alone the early stage of the third level of the extreme human realm. Moreover, there was also a huge gap in other aspects of inheritance. The unhindered sword sect was only at the bottom of the low-rank sect. Shallow water couldn't raise a true dragon. This was the truth between heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, shallow water was like insufficient resources and bad inheritance, unable to fully display a person's true talent. If it wasn't complete, it would be difficult to reach the pinnacle. The deep sea or the ninth heaven was the place where true dragons gallop. Talent was very important to a martial artist, but it also required a corresponding inheritance, otherwise it would be unbalanced. Like a wooden bucket, if a wooden plank wasn't long enough, it would become a shortcoming, and the amount of water it could hold would become limited. Although I am a disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, if senior elder, sect leader, and elders don't mind, I am still the unhindered sword sect's current sword son. Chernzong said sincerely. I'm afraid it's hard for you. Yuan Lingzi sighed. Unhindered sword son, it sounded high and mighty, but compared to a top sect, it was nothing. It's my honor. Chernzong smiled and said, Senior elder, sect leader, elders, leave the Wanluo sect's matters to me, you don't need to worry, and the unhindered sword sect doesn't need to be disbanded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lin Zhonghan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The unhindered sword sect had no choice but to disband. Since Chernzong was escorted by a profound Heaven's Realm expert, he must have the ability to solve this matter. Seeing that Lin Zhonghan agreed, Chernzong smiled. He was afraid that Lin Zhonghan would be stubborn and refuse to agree, and then it would be troublesome. Now it was a happy ending. To avoid trouble, I'll go to the Wanluo sect now to solve this matter. Chernzong said, then took out a Heavenly Sun Vast Vitality pill and handed it to Yuan Lingzi. Senior Elder, you've just recovered your vitality, take another pill to ensure that there won't be any side effect. There's more. Yuan Lingzi's eyes widened in shock. The Heavenly Sun Vast Vitality pill was a spiritual level elixir. If the unhindered sword sect wanted to get it, they would have to pay a great price, and they could only get one at most. Chernzong took out 2 pills at once. After giving the second Heavenly Sun Vast Vitality pill to Senior Elder Yuan Lingzi, Chernzong got up and left the cottage. On the way, Zhuoshan Mei stood proudly like a winter plum. Senior Sister Zhua. Chernzong bowed with a smile. It felt good to see an old friend again. Senior Sister Zhua's cultivation had broken through the true martial realm and reached the pseudo-transcendent realm. Judging from her aura, she should be at the peak of the 7-star realm. Compared to Chernzong's joy, Zhuoshan Mei's feelings were more complicated. After not seeing each other for a few years, her cultivation and strength had improved greatly, but Chern Shidi's improvement was even greater. Extreme mortal realm. The gap between her and Chen Shidi was even bigger. Even senior brother Lin Yuye couldn't compare with Chen Shidi. For a moment, Zhuoshan Mei, who was in a complicated mood, didn't know what to say. Senior sister, I still have to deal with some things. After I'm done, we'll talk in detail. Chen Zong smiled, cupped his hands, and walked down the mountain. Then, Elder Tsangxian appeared. Elder, please come with me to the Wanluo sect to solve the problem of the unhindered sword sect. Chen Zong pleaded. Chapter 735. This morning, the 6 paths went to pull out a tooth. It was so sad. The bleeding stopped in the afternoon, but it suddenly stopped at night. There was no other way. The 6 paths had to run out to see the doctor. After all this trouble, he didn't come back until now. He only managed to catch up with the new update. Everyone, please support me. Let's build a new building and let Wild Tycoon see everyone's strength. For Elder Tsangxian, saving time was the most important thing. He wanted to finish everything here as soon as possible so that he could return to the Taiyuan Sky Sect and let Chen Zong cultivate properly to increase his cultivation and strength. The Wanluo sect and the Unhindered Sword sect were not in the same territory. It might be difficult for low-level practitioners to cross over, but it was easy for profound heaven experts. In less than 2 hours, Elder Tsangxian brought Chen Zong to the vicinity of the Wanluo sect, where they could see the palaces of the Wanluo sect. Palaces with black as the main theme were located in the mountains, and the sky seemed to be shrouded in a layer of darkness. Elder Tsangxian's spiritual sense swept across like an invisible storm. A smile hung from the corners of his mouth. In the entire sect, the highest cultivation is only at the 4th level of the Earth Spirit stage. There were many within the enormous remote Yuan Sky sect who had the ability to annihilate a sect with a mere Earth Spirit realm cultivator in charge. Chen Zong did not come to the Wanluo sect to play or reason, but to settle accounts. Therefore, he would not follow the rules and first send a visiting card and then wait for the other party to receive him. Under Elder Tsangxian's lead, the two streaked across the sky like 2 shooting stars. With astonishing power, they fiercely smashed into the Wanluo sect's martial arts practice field. With a boom, an earth-shattering sound resounded in all directions. The terrifying impact caused the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. The shock wave was like a violent wave that rushed out, causing the palaces around the martial arts practice field to shake incessantly, as if they were about to collapse. What's going on? Is the mountain going to collapse? From the elders to the sect master to the disciples of the Wanluo sect, everyone was horrified. They all rushed out and looked in the direction of the sound. Soon after, they rushed over from all directions. The sect master and the elders were all extreme mortal stage experts. They were the first to arrive, and their gazes immediately fell on Elder Tsangxian and Chen Zong. Elder Tsangxian's aura was restrained and obscure, making it difficult for them to sense his cultivation. On the other hand, Chen Zong's power was completely restrained, making it impossible for them to sense his cultivation. Who are all of you? You actually dared to destroy the martial practice grounds of the Myriad Civ sect. What punishment do all of you deserve? The face of the Myriad Civ sect's 3rd elder sank, and it was completely gloomy. His voice was cold and fierce like a gloomy wind that raged and roared. The sect master and the other elders also wore hostile expressions. Their eyes were cold and murderous, as if they wanted to tear Chen Zong and Elder Tsangxian to pieces. Not long after, the other 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendents also arrived. The corners of Chen Zong's mouth curled up as he faced the hostile gazes of the 10,000 sifting sect's sect leader and disciples. A mocking smile appeared on his face. My name is Chen Zong. Chen Zong. The people of the 10,000 sift sect were all shocked when they heard this. This name was very familiar, but they didn't dare to believe it. If it was the Chen Zong they knew, he would be hiding in some corner. How would he dare to appear here? I'm the sword son of Zongheng. Chernzong's second sentence shocked everyone of the 10,000 Sift sect. The sword son of Zongheng. Chernzong. There was only one person. It was the Chernzong from a few years ago. How dare he appear here? Today, I'm here to settle a grudge, Chernzong said with a faint smile. His deep and sharp eyes swept across the crowd like a sword. That kind of brightness made everyone of the 10,000 Sift sect not dare to look directly at him. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. The 10,000 Sift sect's third elder smiled darkly, murderous intent shooting out from his eyes. Today, I'll send you on your way. Third elder, let me do it. A disciple of the 10,000 Sift sect sneered. He and Chernzong were of the same generation. Now, he was already a pseudo-transcendent realm master with the combat strength of a mid-7 star. Go. The third elder nodded. Don't kill him. Don't worry, third elder, I'll entertain him slowly. The disciple had a sinister smile on his face. His 10 fingers gently moved in the air, as if he was plucking the strings of a zither, evoking traces of darkness. The terrifying cold aura was invisible, but it fell on Chernzong through the air and locked onto Chernzong. 10 fingers linked in. The low bellow was accompanied by a chilling intent. With a flick of his fingers, the dark silk-like threads instantly spread out, shuttling back and forth in the air. It was as if they were weaving a dark net, enveloping Chernzong. Each thread was as sharp as a sword chi. It was so terrifying that it could easily cut through steel. The 10,000 Sift sect disciple had a sinister smile on his face. It was as if he could see Chernzong being cut up and covered in blood. He couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. Chernzong, on the other hand, allowed the dark silks to cut through his body, unharmed. This is your strength? Too weak, Chernzong said calmly. Then, with a flick of his finger, a wisp of sword chi shot through the air. It was too fast and too sudden. There was no time to react. The 10,000 Sift sect disciple's forehead was pierced through. Even his brain was minced into pieces by the sword chi. He died instantly. The sect leader and the few elders had high cultivation levels. The sect leader and the head elder were both at the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm. But because they didn't take Chernzong's strength seriously and underestimated him, they couldn't react in time. But because of this, Chernzong leaked a trace of his aura, allowing them to know Chernzong's cultivation. Early 3rd layer mortal realm. The sect leader and the few elders' faces changed drastically. This was impossible. The Zongzong sword son Chernzong that they knew was indeed talented, but it was impossible for him to reach the extreme mortal realm from the true force realm in just a few years, let alone the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. One had to know that if one didn't have a great opportunity to reach the early 3rd layer mortal realm from the early 1st layer mortal realm, it would take at least 20 years to do so. Of course, that was the limitation of their vision, because when they reached the early 3rd layer mortal realm from the early 1st layer mortal realm, it took more than 30 years. Some even took more than 40 years. Therefore, in their minds, even if one was a genius, it would take at least 20 years. Could this person be a fake? As soon as this thought popped up in their minds, it was immediately overturned. Who would fake it? What was the purpose? There was no need for that. Back then, the Wanluo sect tried many times to suppress me, and even tried to kill me. If it wasn't for my ability and good luck, I would have been killed by you long ago. Chernzong's face was calm as he spoke without any emotion, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But his eyes were getting colder and colder. Today, I am here to repay your great kindness back then. The words great kindness were filled with coldness and sarcasm. The people of the Wanluo sect wouldn't be stupid enough to believe that they had really done Chernzong a great kindness. Although I don't know what kind of luck you have to be able to reach the early stage of the 3rd level of the mortal realm in just a few short years, if I were you, I would go into hiding and train hard. I would at least reach the Earth Spirit realm before taking my revenge. The Wanluo sect's third elder laughed sinisterly as he spoke with a face full of sarcasm. Indeed, this was the normal way to do it. He would first endure and wait until he was strong enough to take revenge. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zong would indeed do this. But now, since you are so arrogant and have delivered yourself to our doorstep, there is no reason for us to let you go. After he finished speaking, the third elder directly attacked. There were many elders in the Wanluo sect who had reached the extreme mortal realm. Compared to the unhindered sword sect, there were several times more. The third elder was one of the best amongst the extreme mortal stage. His cultivation level had reached the early stage of the extreme mortal stage, which was 3 levels higher than the cultivation level that Chen Zong had displayed. At the extreme mortal realm, the difference between each layer was even more obvious than below the transcendent realm. Of course, the level of one's strength was closely related to the spirit art and lingwu one cultivated. Although the Wanluo sect was a middle-ranked sect, their highest inheritance was only a middle-ranked spiritual skill. Moreover, only the sect leader and the great elder could cultivate it. The other elders only cultivated lower-ranked spiritual skills. The third elder made his move. He waved his sleeve, and a black palm that exuded a shocking chill shot out from his sleeve like a venomous snake. It seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. It left behind layers of afterimages, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It seemed slow, but was actually fast as it slapped towards Chen Zong. A cold wind whistled and turned into a howling hurricane. The violent sound blasted into Chen Zong's eardrums and directly into his mind. This attack was not only powerful, it also had a slight impact on one's spiritual sense. It was a two-pronged attack that was impossible to guard against and even harder to defend against. Even a powerhouse of the same level would have to be careful when facing this attack. However, the strength of Chen Zong's spiritual sense was more than 3 times that of a 3rd-level mortal realm warrior, and was even stronger than a 6th-level mortal realm warrior. Thus, he was not affected by the roaring Yin wind at all. However, the power of this palm strike was not ordinary, and Chen Zong could feel a shocking chill pressing down on him from all directions. The chill crazily rushed into his body, as if it wanted to freeze his entire body. His pure yang blood qi was vigorous like a flood, trying its best to resist the cold energy that was invading his body. The pure, majestic and tyrannical spirit qi cultivated by the mysterious mind art surged endlessly, like the water of the Milky Way. It was extremely pure, without a trace of impurities. However, although this kind of power was very tyrannical, it was still unable to surpass 3 layers of cultivation. The Wanluo sect's 3rd elder's spirit qi was comparable to an early 6th-layer mortal realm expert. However, this was not Chen Zong's true strength. It was only a part of it. Mysterious mind art spirit qi, tyrannical spirit qi, even more powerful spirit qi after the transformation. These 3 types of energy represented essence, qi, and spirit. Once again, they merged into one with the mysterious mind art, forming a brand new void sword force that was countless times stronger than before. The void sword force was extremely tyrannical. A blazing red sword light flashed as the red jade sword was unsheathed. Under the control of the void sword force, it struck forward. This sword was infused with the scorching hot true intent of fire. It was akin to a raging inferno, wanting to burn through the earth and incinerate the mountains. Following that, the shocking sword light slashed out, slashing towards the 3rd elder's palm. Yin chill. Blazing heat. Chapter 736. This sword style was called Sun Incinerating. Chen Zong combined the 4 styles of sun incinerating into one and used the true meaning of fire to activate the lower-class lingwu. With the help of the void sword energy, its power was even more terrifying. Immediately, Chen Zong slashed out a second time. The blazing red sword radiance was shockingly sharp and released a powerful force that broke through the air. This was another lower-class Lingwu that was infused with the true meaning of sword. Chen Zong had already upgraded all the pseudo-Lingwu he had cultivated to lower-class Lingwu. This was because he only needed to infuse one true meaning or true meaning into each of them, which was relatively easy. This extremely sharp sword radiance arrived in front of the Wanluo sect's third elder at an alarming speed. Everyone could clearly see the shock on the third elder's face. An early-stage third-level mortal realm martial artist could not only block his attack with one sword, but could also counterattack. Moreover, the counterattack was so powerful that even the third elder felt threatened. Unbelievable! The third elder waved his palms and shot out two black beams. One was aimed at the sword radiance, while the other was aimed at Chen Zong. His mind was spinning rapidly. Headmaster, First Elder, not only did this kid increase his cultivation from the genuine force realm to the early-stage third-level mortal realm in a few short years, he even has the power to fight against an early-stage sixth-level mortal realm martial artist. He must have had a great opportunity. The second elder's eyes shone with a light that could see through everything. Capture him alive and force him to tell us what happened. When the time comes, we will definitely be able to obtain great benefit. Hearing this, the headmaster and first elder's breathing quickened. Their gazes towards Chen Zong were filled with greed. Indeed, if they could obtain Chen Zong's opportunity, it would be a metamorphosis for them. Who wouldn't want to cultivate to a higher level? It was just that they had no path to take. But now, such a great hope was placed in front of them. How could they miss it? Third Elder, use all your strength to suppress him, the headmaster said in a strict tone. Hearing this, the third elder's body shook. His howling sound was like the roar of a cold wind. His body was surrounded by a dark cold aura that was as thick as an arm. It was like a black poisonous snake, making people feel cold all over. Python kill. The cold and harsh voice carried a shocking chill as it swept over. The third elder's arms shook, and like a venomous snake coming out of its hole, his arms stretched out infinitely. In an instant, he had covered more than 10 meters. His palms were like the jaws of a snake, and a strong stench assaulted Yi Qingyu's face. Chen Zong's expression was grave. There was a gap of 3 levels between them, and his opponent was attacking with all his might. He was a great threat. Calm down. Focus. Following the call of his heart, following the trajectory of his heart, he swung his sword. Heart Sword Dao. Basic style. The blazing red sword light was as graceful as a dancing butterfly, and it tore the sky apart with its astonishing sharpness. The contradictory feeling made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The sword light was extremely nimble. It shuttled between the third elder's arms and attacked towards the third elder's heart. The shocking sharpness caused the third elder's expression to change. It was as if his heart had been pierced. He quickly twisted his arms, and it was as if 2 pythons were twisting and strangling. At the same time, the second elder, who had been watching Chen Zong's every move, suddenly made his move. Without a sound, the second elder's figure changed and suddenly appeared above Chen Zong. He reached out his right hand, and as his sleeves fluttered, his jet-black palm reached out. It grew to the size of a millstone, and his 5 fingers were bent. It was as if a cage had fallen from the sky, and was about to crush Chen Zong. The second elder's cultivation was even higher than the third elder's. He had reached the peak of the 6th level of the extreme mortal realm. Right now, he had used all his strength to suppress Chen Zong and prevent any unforeseen events from happening. It was very sudden, very fast, and very powerful. The palm pressed down from the sky, and the terrifying aura caused Chen Zong's body to stop moving. He felt as if the power in his body could not be channeled. In the face of this attack, Chen Zong knew that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to resist it. Being able to resist the third elder, who was at the initial 6th level of the extreme mortal realm, was already his limit. And this was because the spirit skill that his opponent cultivated was only at the lower level. But Chen Zong was not worried, because Elder Tsang Xian was beside him. From the start of the fight, everyone's attention had been focused on Chen Zong, and they had subconsciously neglected Elder Tsang Xian. But at this moment, Elder Tsang Xian, who had been ignored by everyone, made his move. He did not make any moves, nor did he release any shockingly powerful aura. He merely flicked out a finger. A very soft sound rang out, but it was like thunder in everyone's ears. It caused the Wanluo sect leader, first elder and the rest to be shocked. By the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. The second elder, who was in mid-air, paused, as if he had been frozen. The palm that was pressing down on Chen Zong also suddenly froze, and then dissipated. Because the second elder was already dead. The dead him had lost control of his power. Second elder! Who are you? Whether it was the Wanluo sect leader or first elder, all of them cried out in alarm. While they were terrified, they were also incomparably furious. The second elder was a peak 6th level mortal stage expert, and one of the pillars of the Wanluo sect. His death was a direct loss to the Wanluo sect's upper echelon battle strength. But to be able to kill the second elder with a single finger, without any resistance, meant that the other party was very strong. Perhaps he was not someone they could fight against. Without the slightest hesitation, the sect leader immediately sent a message to the Earth Spirit Stage ancestor overseeing the sect. Black smoke billowed out from a palace, soaring into the sky. Eerie wind howled as it swept across the sky. The eerie wind was incomparably cold, and everything that it passed through seemed to be frozen. An astonishing aura mixed with the eerie cold arrived with a bang. It's Ancestor Bai Luo's aura. Ancestor Bai Luo is about to make his move. The Wanluo sect members were instantly overjoyed. As the billowing black smoke and the eerie wind swept over, a figure flew out from the palace. He wore his trademark long black robe, and even his face was hidden under the hood of the black robe, making it impossible to see his face clearly. The wide sleeves of the robe drifted over like black clouds, and an enormous eerie cold aura surged out, locking onto Chen Zong and Elder Tsang Xian from afar. Chen Zong's face was grave as he resisted the attack of the eerie cold aura, while being overwhelmed by the strength of an Earth Spirit Stage expert. As for Elder Tsang Xian, he was indifferent. He was merely an Earth Spirit Stage expert, and could be killed with a single finger. The sect leader hurriedly said, "Ancestor, Chen Zong has a great opportunity on him. We must keep him alive. The other person is not important, just kill him." Ancestor Bai Luo did not reply, but made his move. His sleeves suddenly trembled, undulating like waves, bringing about a series of intense crashing sounds. Dark clouds rolled, shaking the void, bringing with them an incomparably eerie cold aura as they condensed into a giant palm in the air. The palm was incomparably solid, and the lines on its surface were clearly visible. They slithered about like snakes, a sight that made one's hair stand on end. This palm made Chen Zong's entire body tense up, and he felt a pressure that made it difficult for him to move. An astonishing chill descended from the sky, making it difficult for him to move. However, the target of this palm was not Chen Zong, but Chen Zong was standing to the side, and was affected by the aftershocks. Just the aftershocks alone were enough to give Chen Zong such a terrifying pressure. The true target of this palm was Elder Tsang Xian. As the thousand-sifting sect master had said, leave Chen Zong alive, and kill the others. Ant. A mocking smile hung from the corners of Elder Tsang Xian's mouth, as he softly spat out 2 words. Soon after, without any action or powerful energy undulations, Elder Tsang Xian simply raised his hand and extended his index finger. The instant his index finger extended, Ancestor Bai Luo suddenly felt an incomparably strong feeling of fear. This feeling of fear told him that this was an expert that he could not fight against. Without the slightest hesitation, Ancestor Bai Luo's figure immediately turned and swiftly fled into the distance, seemingly even faster than usual. Flee! Ancestor Bai Luo's actions undoubtedly shocked and bewildered the thousand sifting sect master and elders. However, the mocking smile on Elder Tsang Xian's lips grew increasingly obvious, and his finger did not pause in the slightest. The tip of his finger trembled slightly in the air as an invisible finger force shot out. In an instant, the fleeing Ancestor Bai Luo's body froze in midair, trembling uncontrollably as he plummeted downwards like a bird that had been shot by an arrow. With a loud boom, one of the thousand sifting sects' palaces collapsed. Ancestor Bai Luo! The thousand sifting sect master and several elders were horrified. However, Ancestor Bai Luo was unable to answer them, because Elder Tsang Xian's finger had already killed him, and he could not be any more dead. In the instant of Ancestor Bai Luo's death, an even more powerful aura abruptly filled the air. There were actually 2 earth spirit experts in the thousand sifting sect, but Ancestor Bai Luo would usually be the one to appear if anything happened. As for the other earth spirit expert, he was even stronger and more ancient, and had always been in secluded cultivation in pursuit of an even higher level. This earth spirit realm practitioner was called Forefather Thousandnet. Ancestor Bai Luo was actually Ancestor Bai Luo's disciple. Who is it? An ancient voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell abruptly made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, as if their bodies had been frozen stiff. That's... Shock was revealed on the faces of the thousand sifting sect master and the others, before wild joy soon filled their faces. Ancestor Bai Luo! Ancestor Bai Luo has come out of secluded cultivation. We're saved. All of them were overjoyed, but did not see the mocking smile on Elder Tsang Xian's lips. Dark clouds that were even larger than when Ancestor Bai Luo had appeared filled the air. Astonishing chilling winds howled, enveloping the land and turning it into darkness. Ancestor Bai Luo was at the first level of the Earth Spirit stage, while Ancestor Bai Luo was at the 3rd level. He was clearly much stronger. Soon after, a black figure flew out from the roiling dark clouds, as if it had merged into one with the dark sky. Its appearance immediately brought with it an astonishing fiendish aura. Die! Without waiting for the other party to act, Elder Tsang Xian softly shouted as he pointed with his finger once again. Another invisible finger force pierced through the air and shot out. Ancestor Bai Luo had come out of seclusion, but was struck by Elder Tsang Xian's finger before he could display his strength. Elder Tsang Xian was a 4th-level heavenly profound expert, and the gap between him and the 3rd level of the Earth Spirit stage was simply immeasurable. Even though it was just a very ordinary finger attack, it was still unable to withstand it in the slightest. Ancestor Bai Luo's body trembled in the air, before he plummeted from the sky like a bird that had been shot by an arrow, causing another palace to collapse. No! The sect master and elders of the thousand sifting sect felt as if the sky had fallen and the earth had split apart, as all their hopes turned to dust. Chapter 737. Elder Tsang Xian left with Chen Zong, leaving the entire Wanluo sect in a state of mournful silence. The 2 earth spirit experts, Patriarch Bai Luo and Patriarch Qian Luo, had been killed one after another. The Wanluo sect's strongest fighting force was gone all of a sudden. Compared to the other mid-grade sects, the Wanluo sect no longer had any advantages. In fact, the current Wanluo sect could no longer be considered a mid-grade sect. Such a loss was extremely direct and also extremely disastrous. Not only that, the treasures and resources that the Wanluo sect had accumulated over the years had all been plundered, leaving behind only a few that Chen Zong did not fancy. Even the ancient records that the Wanluo sect had collected had all been flipped through. Such a loss was second only to the destruction of the sect. When they saw the huge finger mark that had split a mountain into a gorge and sensed the terrifying aura emanating from it, the birds were startled, the vegetation was withered, and all signs of life were gone. The members of the myriad sifting sect had gloomy and dejected expressions on their faces. They had no intention of taking revenge on Chernzong or taking revenge on the unhindered sword sect, unless they could kill the person who had left the finger mark behind. High up in the sky, Elder Tsangxian and Chernzong flew towards the unhindered sword sect. If he wanted to, Chernzong could have used Elder Tsangxian to destroy the Wanluo sect, but he did not do so in the end. There were a few reasons. 1. In the past, the myriad sifting sect had dealt with him and the unhindered sword sect. But now 2 earthly spirit realm ancestors had died, along with several extreme mortal realm elders and some talented disciples. They had suffered heavy losses. Second, he did not rely on his own strength to deal with the Wanluo sect, but had borrowed Elder Tsangxian's strength. Moreover, Elder Tsangxian was not willing to destroy the Wanluo sect. In other words, if Chernzong had enough strength, he could destroy the Wanluo sect, but Elder Tsangxian would not help. His only purpose was to protect Chernzong. Although Chernzong did not know what Elder Tsangxian's intentions were, since Elder Tsangxian had said so, he would not force the issue. The Wanluo sect's losses were extremely disastrous, and Chernzong's killing intent had also been completely vented. He did not need to do anything, the other sects would secretly take over the Wanluo sect. Even the Dragon Diagram royal family would find various reasons to suppress the Wanluo sect, and ultimately take complete control of the Wanluo sect. When that time came, the Wanluo sect would no longer be the Wanluo sect. The 10,000 sifting sect had suffered enormous losses, and Chernzong had given them a warning before leaving. Elder Tsangxian had even left behind a finger mark in the 10,000 sifting sect. The finger mark was a form of intimidation and warning. Unless the Wanluo Xian's sect was completely destroyed, they would not dare to make any reckless moves again. Izes pointed to the direction in the direction, I in the direction, the sect, I in the direction. Of the S there, I in SIS's. The sect was a lower sect that used to be stronger than the unhindered sword sect. It was a sect that had many enemies with the unhindered sword sect, and a sect that had tried to kill him several times. The sect was still the original sect, and had even grown a little stronger than a few years ago. However, there was not much of an improvement. In truth, if it weren't for so many grudges, Chernzong wouldn't have bothered coming to the True Yang sect. His horizons had been broadened, his cultivation base had increased, and some of the matters of the past were no longer as important. However, the several times that he had been hunted down had left a deep impression on Chernzong, and he had to settle this grudge. Under Elder Tsangxian's lead, Chernzong arrived outside the great hall of the sect. "Who is it?" "You are." One of the elders of the sect felt that Chernzong looked a little familiar. "The sword son of the unhindered sword." Chernzong said unhurriedly. "Chernzong. So it's you. You're still alive and you dare to come to our door. You're looking for death. Take him down." One of the elders immediately attacked. However, just as he was about to attack, a red light flashed in front of his eyes, and a wave of heat rushed towards him. Then, he lost consciousness. His sword was unsheathed. Kill. In the blink of an eye, 3 elders of the sect were killed. The sect master was shocked and tried to escape, but he was pierced by a ray of sword light. "Bastard, you deserve to die." The sect master of the sect rushed over. He did not hold back his cultivation at the 5th level of the extreme mortal stage. A shocking palm print flew across the sky, like a scorching sun falling from the sky. The terrifyingly high temperature roasted the ground, and the blood of the 3 elders and the sect master was also evaporated. Chernzong raised his head, a sharp light shooting out from his eyes as his sword pierced through the air. Break! The sect master's palm print was pierced and torn apart. Then, Chunzong stabbed out a second time, a third time, a fourth time. Sword after sword, the violent rays of sword light were incomparably nimble, sealing off the sky. Although the sect master of the sect master's cultivation was not weak, his spirit art was only at the mid-grade. In terms of quality, there was a huge gap between him and Chunzong. In an instant, a sword pierced through his body. Sword chi surged into his body, causing him to lose control of his power. The next sword arrived. Chunzong then swept away the majority of the sect's cultivation resources. Today, I've settled my grudge with the sect master of the True Sun sect. If you still want revenge, feel free to come find me, Chunzong said. Following the departure of the Tsangxian elder, he left behind the fear and hatred of the sect master of the True Sun sect. However, the sect master of the True Sun sect could no longer bring any trouble to Chunzong. In the eyes of the other factions, the sect master of the True Sun sect was no different from a defenseless city. It would not be long before the sect master of the True Sun sect disintegrated and disappeared. As for the sect master of the True Sun sect, they would either leave or join other factions to become the foundation of the other factions. This outcome had already been decided since the sect master of the True Sun sect had dealt with Chunzong time and time again. Very soon, Elder Tsangxian brought Chunzong back to the Unhindered Sword sect. However, Elder Tsangxian did not appear in front of the other members of the Unhindered Sword sect because he did not want to. The Unhindered Sword sect was too weak. Whether it was the sect master of the Unhindered Sword sect or the sect master of the Unhindered Sword sect, they were too weak and could not be compared to the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Moreover, their talent was very limited, and they did not even have the qualifications to become a core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Elder Tsangxian could not take them seriously at all. If not for Chunzong, Elder Tsangxian would not even set foot here, let alone hope that he would stand up for the Unhindered Sword sect. Elder Tsangxian was a profound heavens stage expert. Experts naturally had their pride and dignity. Inside the Unhindered Sword Hall, from the Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi to the sect master and elders, each and every one of them stared dumbfoundedly at the large pile of sparkling objects on the ground. Those objects exuded pure auras, and were all treasures. They were all valuable things that Chunzong had plundered from the Wanluo sect. They were the treasures that the Wanluo sect had accumulated over the years. Among these things, only the mid-grade spirit source had been taken away by Chunzong, and half of the low-grade spirit source had been taken away. As for the others, they were not of much use. Chunzong intended to give them to the Unhindered Sword sect for their development. It was nothing to Chunzong, but it was a huge resource for the Unhindered Sword sect. Yuan Lingzi, the sect master and elders were so excited that they were speechless. It was a long time before they gradually calmed down. Fortunately, we have you. Yuan Lingzi opened his mouth, feeling as if there were thousands of words that he wanted to say, but he did not know how to say them. In the end, he could only say 4 words. I am also a member of the Unhindered Sword sect, Chunzong said with a smile. Chunzong is now an extreme mortal realm elite. In terms of strength, he is already above us. I think that the position of Sword Son is no longer suitable for him, the third elder said with a smile. Chunzong's position in the Unhindered Sword sect will be the same as mine in the future, Yuan Lingzi said directly. Then he looked at Chunzong. Chunzong, what do you think? This meant that Chunzong would become another Grand Elder of the Unhindered Sword sect. Of course, Chunzong had such qualifications. Although he was only at the extreme mortal realm 3rd level, his true strength was even stronger. He could easily kill a extreme mortal realm 4th level. Grand Elder, this is too much. Chunzong did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had not thought of this, nor had he prepared for this. It was strange to think that he would become a Grand Elder at such a young age. The one who reaches the top should be first. Yuan Lingzi smiled. Why don't you call yourself Yuan Jianzi in the Unhindered Sword Sect? Greetings, Grand Elder Yuan Jianzi. Lin Zhonghan and the other elders bowed. Chen Zong was even more speechless, but he did not refuse in the end. Grand Elder, so be it. Grand Elder Yuan Jianzi, so be it. It was just a layer of identity. He would not stay for too long on this trip. It could be considered as an incentive for the Unhindered Sword Sect. Soon, the sect leader spread the news that Chen Zong had become the second Grand Elder of the Unhindered Sword Sect. In a short time, the news spread throughout the Unhindered Sword Sect. Grand Elder. Senior Brother Chen has become a Grand Elder. Senior Brother Chen? You have to call him Grand Elder from now on. I fought a Grand Elder in the past. In the past few years, the Unhindered Sword Sect had been weak. Therefore, there were fewer new disciples than usual. Some left or were killed. However, most of the disciples knew about Chen Zong and had seen Chen Zong before. Therefore, they were even more surprised and emotional. They were clearly in the same age group. They were still disciples, but Chen Zong was already a Grand Elder. After chatting with Zhuo Shanmei, Chen Zong gave her some resources that were beneficial to her cultivation. He also gave her some pointers on sword skills before leaving the Unhindered Sword Sect. He missed his family. Now that the trouble in the Unhindered Sword Sect was basically solved, it was time to return to the Eastern Continent. On the way back to the Eastern Continent, he needed to pass through the Sinking Feather River. With Elder Tsang Xian leading the way, the Sinking Feather River was nothing and could be crossed easily. Then, he continued forward until he reached the boundary of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Chen Zong stopped and went to visit his first master, Marquis Lin Shan. Because of Chen Zong, Marquis Lin Shan's status in the Cloud Dragon Dynasty had also risen greatly. Unfortunately, his cultivation had not broken through and was still at the pseudo-transcendent stage. Marquis Lin Shan was pleasantly surprised to see Chen Zong again. When he learned that Chen Zong was already at the transcendent stage, he was even more shocked. Chen Zong did not stay for too long. After handing over some prepared resources and spirit arts to Marquis Lin Shan, he left, hoping that Marquis Lin Shan could break through the final shackles and become a transcendent. Standing at the foot of the 100-Beast Mountain Range, Chen Zong was filled with many emotions. Suddenly, Chen Zong remembered the inheritance he had obtained here, the inheritance left behind by Martial King Huntian. Elder, have you heard of the title Martial King Huntian? Since he remembered, Chen Zong asked. Martial King Huntian. Elder Tsang Xian was taken aback for a moment before replying, I have heard of this title. It belongs to the ultimate martial heavenly sect, but the current title is Martial King Huntian. Ultimate martial heavenly sect. Chen Zong was also taken aback for a moment before he understood. Do you know him? Elder Tsang Xian asked. Not really, Chen Zong smiled. It's just that I once obtained the cultivation art he left behind. It can be considered fate. I see. Elder Tsang Xian nodded. This was not a big deal. Some experts would leave behind some simple inheritances when they went out on a journey, and these inheritances would be obtained and cultivated by others. Elder Tsang Xian flew across the 100-Beast Mountain Range from a high altitude. The 100-Beast Mountain Range was very long for Chen Zong back then, and was extremely dangerous. It was like an insurmountable moat, but for the current Chen Zong, even transcendent stage demonic beasts were not that big of a threat. For the people of the Eastern Continent, the 100-Beast Mountain Range was an insurmountable moat, but for Elder Tsang Xian, it was no different from his own backyard. With Chen Zong in tow, Elder Tsang Xian flew across the 100-Beast Mountain Range at an astonishing speed. It did not take long for them to cross the 100-Beast Mountain Range and head in the direction Chen Zong pointed out. It had been less than 10 years since Chen Zong left, so the changes were not that big. However, the Chun family occupied a city alone, and with Chun Zong's reputation and the respect of others, the Chun family continued to develop. Compared to before, there was a difference between heaven and earth. After all, it had not been a long time, unlike the past 100 years or even longer, when the later generations had gradually forgotten how powerful Chun Zong was. Chun Zong's return first caused shock, then ecstasy. His father, Chun Jingtang, had broken through to the first level of the true martial realm. As for his elder sister, Chun Chuyun, she was even more outstanding. She was now at the third level of the true martial realm. On the eastern continent, she was considered a very famous master, known as the Sword Rakshasa. His younger sister, Chun Lan, had not started cultivating yet, but she seemed to remember her brother, Chun Zong. Therefore, she kept pestering Chun Zong. Not only did Chun Zong not show the slightest impatience, he actually liked this little girl, who was related to him by blood. He temporarily put aside his cultivation and played with her. Cultivation had its ups and downs. Even though Chun Zong usually made good use of his time and constantly cultivated, and even wished that he could extend his time so that he could cultivate longer, since he was back and saw his family, he should enjoy the joy of being with his family. This was because after this trip, Chun Zong did not know when he would return. It could be 10 years or decades or even longer. When that time came, he did not know whether his father would still be alive. On this piece of land, his biggest concern was his father, followed by his other family and friends. Perhaps only when his father and the family he valued passed away would he no longer care about this place. Chapter 738. The sky was high and the clouds were undulating. Lying quietly on the roof, Chun Zong was in a daze. Chun Zong, you've been home for a month now. It's time for you to leave. Elder Tsang Xian's figure flashed and appeared beside him as if out of thin air. Elder, I'll leave tomorrow morning, Chun Zong said indifferently. Elder Tsang Xian nodded. Night. There was a big banquet in the Chun family mansion, but no outsiders were invited. It was a banquet for the Chun family. Are you leaving? After the banquet, Chun Chuyun walked to Chun Zong's side and asked softly. His voice was as cold as the moonlight. Tomorrow morning. Chun Zong also responded softly, as if he was afraid that if he spoke louder, he would disturb the peace. Chun Chuyun didn't say anything else. He just stood quietly beside Chun Zong. Chun Zong left behind a batch of cultivation resources for the Chun family. These cultivation resources were no longer of any use to Chun Zong. For example, the honey taken from Dragon Shadow Island was of great use to the Chun family. It could improve their cultivation aptitude and speed up their cultivation to a certain extent without any side effects. Chun Zong naturally left behind some secret arts, including secret arts for the transcendent realm. However, there were only 2 of them. One was a low-rank spirit art, and the other was a mid-rank spirit art. There were also corresponding martial arts. In the Eastern continent's cultivation environment, it was almost impossible to cultivate to the extreme mortal realm. However, nothing was absolute. What if it was possible? Outside the city, Chun Jingtang and the other members of the Chun family stood quietly and looked into the distance, watching the figure gradually disappear. On Chun Jingtang's face, there was both reluctance and pride. It was a pride that came from the depths of his heart. Walking on the land of the Eastern continent, Chun Zong could clearly feel the gazes behind him. Reluctance. Chun Zong couldn't help but feel his heart ache. His eyes stung. He really wanted to stay here. Here, his father was here, his little sister was here, his family and friends were all here. This was the place where he was born and raised. Here, there were many memories of him. Unknowingly, Chun Zong's footsteps became slower and heavier. It was as if he was dragging a mountain and could not move. Elder Tsang Xian kept staring at Chun Zong. He could tell that Chun Zong's state was very unusual at this moment, as if he was struggling, Elder Tsangxian suddenly thought of something and did not disturb him. This was a process that every outstanding cultivator had to go through. It was impossible for the path of cultivation to be smooth sailing. The path of cultivation was destined to be full of thorns. Every martial artist would not only face many powerful enemies, but they would also encounter many dangers. Some of these powerful enemies and dangers came from the outside world, and some came from the heart. Everyone would be confused and confused. The key was how to overcome the confusion. If one could get rid of the confusion, they would immediately gain enlightenment. If he did not understand, he would continue to be confused and lost, wasting his time. Once you understood, your heart would be clear, and your heart would be firmer. You could cut through the thorns and move forward. Whether you understood or not, it was all up to you. Others could not interfere. This was a knot in the heart and also a heart tribulation. A heart tribulation was invisible and silent. No one knew when it would come. It was often so sudden that it was impossible to guard against. Elder Tsangxian could not help but worry. He never thought that Chen Zong would encounter a heart tribulation on his return. A heart tribulation could be immediately understood and passed, but it could also take a long time. During this period, it was almost impossible to improve one's cultivation. What if Chen Zong was stuck in the heart tribulation for a long time? Wouldn't his cultivation be delayed, and he would be left behind by his peers? Thinking of this, Elder Tsangxian was even more worried. In the history of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect, there had been some outstanding disciples who had fallen into a heart tribulation and stagnated for decades. After overcoming the heart tribulation, although they had a clear mind and their cultivation speed had increased, they were still far behind their peers. It was even said that some cultivators were unable to walk out of the heart tribulation and were crippled for the rest of their lives. I can only hope that Chen Zong can pass the heart tribulation as soon as possible. Elder Tsangxian secretly thought. Chen Zong's footsteps became slower and slower. Every step he took required several breaths of time. This scene made Elder Tsangxian feel endless regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have listened to Chen Zong's suggestion and let him leave on foot. Instead, he would have taken him flying. What is my heart? What is my intention? A voice seemed to ring out from the ancient void. It seemed to pierce into Chen Zong's ears, but also seemed to come from the deepest part of his heart. He was asking himself this question. Should he stay? If he stayed, he would have family and could enjoy the happiness of a family without any worries. Here, with his cultivation of the intermediate third layer of the extreme human stage and his powerful strength, no one was his match. He could be said to be invincible. He did not need to take risk. He did not need to compete. He did not need to bear any pressure. He could live a carefree life every day. But, was this really what he wanted? No. This was not the life he wanted. All of a sudden, Chen Zong's footsteps slowly increased. Elder Tsangxian was overjoyed. But before he could walk far, Chen Zong's footsteps once again slowed down. He repeatedly asked himself about his heart, and asked himself about his intentions. Should he stay? Should he leave? If he stayed, he would be carefree and invincible. He would not have to bear any pressure or face any danger. If he left, he would have to compete with others and the world. He would have to bear pressure at every moment and face the danger of death at any moment. Where should he go? There had never been a moment when he was so lost. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Gradually, Chen Zong reached the foot of the 100-Beast Mountain. He did not stop and continued to walk up the mountain. Elder Tsangxian followed behind him. It was as if he was dragging the weight of an invisible mountain as he struggled to walk forward. Chen Zong's face was blank, his eyes unfocused and at a loss. In his mind, the beautiful scenes he had spent with his family over the past month flashed one after another. So relaxed, so comfortable, so intoxicating. Chernzong's eyes were also constantly changing. Sometimes it was warm, sometimes it was firm, sometimes it was cold, and sometimes it was blank. Every change represented a struggle in Chernzong's heart. Cultivation. Competing with others, with the world, and with himself. Demonic beasts roamed the 100 Beasts mountain range. As soon as they caught sight of Chernzong, they began to drool. Without the slightest hesitation, they pounced on him. Subconsciously, Chernzong pointed his finger. Sword light pierced through the air and pierced through the monster's forehead, killing it instantly. Even a monster at the initial stage of the extreme mortal stage couldn't withstand Chernzong's attack, let alone a monster at the true martial stage. People should constantly strive for self-improvement. When he was young, his father stood in front of him, looked into his eyes, and taught him earnestly and earnestly. "Go, I'm proud of you." When she was leaving, her father was standing in front of her. His hair was white, and the corners of his eyes were filled with crow's feet. However, his face was filled with a peaceful smile. He used his thick and calloused palm to pat her shoulder. After that, he buried his deep reluctance and watched her leave with a smile on his face. "So, why do I feel lost? What right do I have to feel lost?" The sudden question woke Chernzong from his stupor. "Back then, I was born with insufficient qi and blood, but I never gave up and kept on cultivating. I got the heart sword seal by accident and my meridians were cleansed and I was reborn. Since then, I have been more talented than ordinary people. I kept moving forward and catching up, but I just stepped into the real martial arts. I just stepped into the threshold of the strong, but I wanted to give up and live a comfortable life. What a pity! My path has only just begun. I never stopped moving forward. My heart is sincere in the sword and Tao. My sword is indomitable. My Tao is true and pure, and my heart is mine." His eyes became brighter and brighter. His steps became firmer and firmer. Elder Tsangxian's eyes lit up. He could feel that the aura from Chernzong's body was no longer lifeless and filled with confusion. Instead, it was brimming with vitality and sharpness, like the rising sun. It was exceptionally pure and contained astonishing potential. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura gushed out, like a sharp sword being unsheathed, streaking across the sky. The grass and trees within a radius of hundreds of meters were all cut, and inch-deep sword marks appeared on the rocks. A whistling sound rang out, and a gust of wind blew over, rustling. In the sky, countless white clouds gathered. It was vast and mighty, and its aura was monstrous. The wind and clouds rose, and the world was shocked. Wisps of invisible power quietly gathered and wrapped around Chernzong's body. "This is the power of heaven and earth." Elder Tsangxian was slightly surprised. "The power of heaven and earth is sharp. It is the power of the sword. Could it be that Chernzong's power of the sword is about to break through?" However, 4 outstanding cultivators, one day, perhaps because of a small matter, they would trigger a heart tribulation. A heart tribulation was an abyss for outstanding cultivators, but also an opportunity. If one couldn't pass the heart tribulation, they would sink into oblivion. If one passed the heart tribulation, they would gain benefit. At this moment, Chernzong should have passed the heart tribulation and begun to gain benefits. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Elder Tsangxian secretly thought to himself as he guarded Chernzong. It had only been 2 months since Chernzong suddenly fell into the heart tribulation and was about to pass it. Compared to the gains Chernzong would gain after passing the heart tribulation, this time was insignificant. The power of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and surrounded Chernzong. Chernzong felt as if the world was in his grasp. This feeling was very wonderful. With one thought, the power of heaven and earth condensed into an invisible giant sword and slashed through the air. The roar was earth-shattering, the wind howled, and a sword mark spread straight forward. Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks were crushed into powder and the grass and trees collapsed into dust. The power of the sword really belongs to the transcendent realm. Only the transcendent realm can fully exert the power of the sword. Staring at the thick and long sword mark, Chen Zong couldn't help but secretly say, "My sword power has broken through the first layer and reached the second layer." The difference between the first layer and the second layer was the power. Before, Chen Zong's sword power was the first layer. After breaking through from the Taiyuan boundary to the transcendent realm, his sword power had improved and almost reached the limit of the first layer. If Chen Zong cultivated in seclusion for a while and carefully comprehended it, he would be able to break through. However, Chen Zong couldn't wait to return after sorting out the 3 inheritances. Chapter 739. More than 10,000 favorites. Continue to explode. Please support me. Dragon Reflection Imperial City was bustling as usual. In the back garden of a palace, 2 figures sat in a pavilion. "Your Highness, we have already placed a deputy commander in the Dragon Eye Guard. It's time to carry out the next step of the plan," said the tall and mighty figure. His voice was low and deep, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. "No, it's not time yet." The other person had a faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were deep and there was a sudden flash of light, full of calculation. "Once the next step of the plan is completed, 9th brother will no longer be able to compete with me. Therefore, no mistakes are allowed. Your Highness is wise. The position of Crown Prince belongs to you," said the other person with a flattering smile. These 2 people were the 3rd prince and the conqueror martial sect. Ever since Chen Zong was convicted, the 9th prince's side had gradually lost power. Now, the 3rd prince had gradually gained the upper hand. Time after time, he had slowly suppressed the 9th prince. The plan had reached the most crucial step. Once this step was completed, the 9th prince would completely lose power and establish his position. The position of Crown Prince would be in the bag. Obtaining the position of Crown Prince was equivalent to obtaining the right to board a plane in the future. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran in. He stood outside the pavilion and lowered his head before kneeling on one knee. He raised both his hands and bowed respectfully. Then, he quickly said, "Reporting to Your Highness, the Grand Elder of the Wanluo sect requests an audience." The Great Elder of the Wanluo sect. The 3rd prince's lips curled into a playful smile. The Wanluo sect was a very powerful force. However, their relationship was not that of superior and subordinate. They were just helping each other. Usually, when someone from the Wanluo sect came, it would not be the Great Elder. However, this time the Great Elder came personally. "Invite him in," said the 3rd prince while thinking. "Yes, Your Highness." The guard stood up and bowed. He took 3 steps back and then turned to leave. Outside the palace, a black-robed old man was waiting quietly. He was the Great Elder of the Wanluo sect. Due to Chen Zong's actions, the Wanluo sect had suffered a great loss and had fallen from the rank of a middle-rank sect. Now, at best, it could only be regarded as a low-ranked sect with decent strength. However, the 10,000 sifting sect reacted in time and immediately sealed off the news. Even so, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. As time went by, people from the startling sword sect and even the Xianzhen Palace came to check it out. After that, even the other low-ranked sects within the territory of the Wanluo sect began to act strangely. The current Wanluo sect lacked the means to intimidate the other sects, especially the startling sword sect and the Xianzhen Palace. They had to find a backer. Moreover, because Chen Zong had suffered such a heavy loss, the 10,000 sifting sect would not give up just like that. After much consideration, this was the only choice he could make. How could the people of Wanluo sect not know that the 3rd prince had wild ambitions? He had always wanted to take them under his wing. Now, it was the 10,000 sifting sect who had come to surrender. One had to admit that they were really cunning. Upon receiving the summons, the first elder hurriedly followed the guard in. The first elder is a rare guest. The third prince did not speak, but the Conqueror Martial sect spoke first. However, the Conqueror Martial sect was now an extreme mortal expert. Facing the first elder of the 10,000 sifting sect, although there was a huge difference in cultivation base, he was not afraid. "Greetings, Your Highness." The first elder of the 10,000 sifting sect bowed and nodded to the Conqueror Martial sect in response. The first elder does not visit without a reason. The third prince was even more direct. "The 10,000 sifting sect is willing to submit to Your Highness." The moment the first elder spoke, the third prince and the Conqueror Martial sect were shocked. The first elder of the 10,000 sifting sect immediately explained everything that had happened in detail. As he listened, the third prince's expression changed. It became more and more serious, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He did not expect that not only had his old enemy returned, but he had also broken through to the extreme mortal stage. However, he had also reached the extreme mortal stage. Chen Zong was very talented, so reaching the extreme mortal stage was not a big deal. The problem was that he had actually reached the early stage of the extreme mortal stage. It was unbelievable. A great enemy. This Chen Zong was definitely a great enemy. He could not be allowed to continue living. For a moment, the third prince's thoughts were spinning rapidly. In this period of time, he had been focused on fighting for power with the ninth prince. He had not paid much attention to the outside world. If the first elder of the 10,000 sifting sect had not come, he would have only found out after a period of time. At that time, he might have lost track of Chen Zong again. "Are you sure that the person traveling with Chen Zong is a profound sky realm expert?" the third prince asked. To be able to fly, he should be a profound sky realm expert without a doubt. The first elder of the 10,000 sifting sect was not very certain. After all, he was only at the extreme mortal stage. There was still the earth spirit stage between him and the profound sky realm. The third prince's thoughts were spinning rapidly. This matter must be carefully planned. He could not let Chen Zong escape again. Therefore, the strength of the old man beside him must be taken into consideration. The strength of the old man was very important. After thinking for a while, the third prince decided to ask the town king to investigate. The town king of the 10,000 sifting sect flew over and was immediately attracted by the finger mark that split the mountain peak. It is indeed the aura of a profound sky realm expert. The town king frowned slightly. The strength of this aura should be at the peak of the first level of the profound sky realm. The peak of the first level of the profound sky realm, or the peak of the first level of the profound sky realm. If he did not hide his strength, it would be even more troublesome. However, the town king thought for a while. He had broken through to the early second level of the profound sky realm. Plus, there was an expert at the third level of the profound sky realm in the imperial family. He should not be afraid of this unknown profound sky realm expert. After thinking for a while, the town king flew away and told the third prince his speculation. In the past few years, the third prince had used extraordinary methods to make the town king look at him in a new light. Therefore, he would respond to the third prince's request. After all, the third prince was very likely to take over the imperial family in the future. Town king, that Chen Zong is very talented and has the protection of a profound sky realm expert. I am afraid that he will become a disaster. We must eliminate him. The third prince said seriously. Go ahead. The town guardian king said calmly. This matter was handed over to the third prince to handle. It was also a test for the third prince. Town king, this matter is simple, but it is also not simple. We need your help. The third prince said seriously. Delay the profound sky realm expert. If possible, kill him. If not, defeat him. I will arrange for people to eliminate Chen Zong. The third prince, who had broken through to the extreme mortal realm, had now suppressed the ninth prince's side. As for the other 7 princes, they were almost completely suppressed by the third prince and were eliminated from the competition. Among the 9 princes, the third prince could be said to be the most powerful one. The increase in strength and power naturally brought about an increase in the number of experts under his command. Besides the original Conqueror martial sect, there were 2 other extreme mortal realm experts working for him. One of them was even at the middle 4th level of the extreme mortal realm. He believed that with his plan and the 3 extreme mortal realm experts working together, it would be enough to kill Chen Zong on the spot. Even if it did not work, he still had a backup plan. He did not believe that Chen Zong would be able to escape this time. Thinking of this, the third prince could not help but smile coldly. If Chen Zong was not eliminated, he would not be at ease. Immediately, the third prince made the arrangements. The ninth prince felt like he was in a terrible fix. The Dragon Eye Guard had originally been under the supervision and control of the ninth prince, but now, the third prince had placed a deputy commander in. That deputy commander had some tricks up his sleeve, and he was wantonly buying people's hearts. This gave the ninth prince a headache. He paid less attention to news from the outside world. Therefore, he was not aware of Chen Zong's return. But now, most of the Dragon Eye Guard were still under the ninth prince's control. Therefore, he finally received the news. Brother Chen is back. The ninth prince was surprised. He was surprised and happy. The ninth prince had never seen Chen Zong as a subordinate. Instead, he saw him as a friend. The third prince is mobilizing the troops. Yuwuya from the Black Sword sect told him the news he had received. Although the third prince was very secretive, it was still difficult for him to escape the surveillance of the Dragon Eye Guard. Not good. Third brother is going to kill brother Chen. The ninth prince frowned and thought for a moment. He immediately got to his feet and began to pace back and forth anxiously. In the past few years, after being suppressed by the third prince, the ninth prince had gradually lost his power. Many people had defected to the third prince's side, causing the number of people he could use to decrease. It was difficult to deal with this situation. Master, do you have any ideas? The ninth prince could not help but look at Yuwuya. Yuwuya was now an extreme mortal realm expert. His cultivation level was higher than the ninth prince's, and he was also stronger than the ninth prince. I will go and see if I can take Chen Zong away. Yuwuya said seriously. Master, this method is too dangerous. The ninth prince was in a difficult position. On one side was his personal bodyguard and also his sword teacher. On the other side was a friend that he valued. Now that his friend was in trouble, it was natural for him to help. However, this difficulty was too shocking. If he let his teacher do it, even his teacher might die if he was not careful. Furthermore, the third prince was bent on cutting off his wings. Without a doubt, Yuwuya was his biggest helper. Although he could not be too direct about it, if there was even the slightest chance, he would definitely not let it go. No worries. I will act according to the circumstances, Yuwuya said. After breaking through to the extreme mortal realm, his sword skills had improved by leaps and bounds. As long as he was careful and only took Chen Zong away, it should not be a problem. They did not know that Chen Zong's cultivation level had already surpassed theirs. His strength was not something they could compare with. Moreover, Chen Zong had a profound sky realm expert by his side. Otherwise, they would not be so worried. Heart tribulation. I see. After hearing Elder Tsang Xian's explanation, Chen Zong finally felt some lingering fear. It was truly like a tribulation that had arrived very suddenly, without any warning or warning. There was simply no way to deal with it. Fortunately, he had managed to wake up in time. Otherwise, who knew how long he would have had to remain silent for? 2 months was a very long time for Chen Zong. Chapter 740. The blue sky was clear and cloudless, like a huge flawless sapphire. Under the clear sky, the sinking feather river was calm, and not a single feather was floating. A jet-black wooden boat was steadily sailing on the river, and several people were standing on the deck, seemingly arguing about something. Suddenly, these people stopped arguing and stared dumbfoundedly in front of them, their faces full of shock. On the motionless surface of the river, there were two figures gliding on the surface of the river at an astonishing speed. One of them seemed to be moving very slowly, so slow that one could clearly see the alternating movement of his legs. But in fact, he was moving very fast, like a high-speed wheel rolling, leaving everyone in the dust. The other figure was even more incredible. Without any posture, his feet stepped on the river, and he kept gliding forward with his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind, as if there was an invisible force behind him. The two figures were astonishingly fast. They soon passed the wooden boat and disappeared under everyone's gaze. One of them was Chun Zong, and the other was Elder Tsang Xian. After passing the heart tribulation, Chun Zong had gained obvious benefit. His cultivation had improved, and his spiritual sense had also improved. He could now cover 10,000 meters, and his spiritual power was purer and more powerful. His sword momentum had also broken through to the second layer, and his strength had improved significantly. Chun Zong also had a deeper understanding of the heart sword Tao. The sinking feather river was known as a place where not a single feather floated, let alone a human body. A person's weight was many times that of a feather, and there was no way to compare. But Chun Zong and Elder Tsang Xian could now walk on the river, which was an application of the momentum of heaven and earth. Bearing the momentum of heaven and earth, and borrowing the momentum of the water to move. No matter how magical the sinking feather river was, it couldn't escape the boundary of water. Walking on the river was also a way to train himself in using the power of the sword. Chun Zong felt that the subtle movements of his feet and the various changes were very wonderful and joyful. This time, Elder Tsang Xian didn't urge him because he could see that Chun Zong was cultivating. A truly outstanding cultivator could cultivate whether he was walking, sitting, or lying down. It was not long before Chun Zong and Elder Tsang Xian crossed the sinking feather river and headed towards the unhindered sword sect at an astonishing speed. However, when he arrived at the foot of Zongheng Mountain, Chun Zong stopped in his tracks. He frowned slightly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Elder Tsang Xian's lips curved in a mocking smile, but he did not say anything. He left everything to Chun Zong. He believed that Chun Zong had already sensed something. It was an ambush. That's right, as soon as he got close to Zongheng Mountain, Chun Zong felt a murderous intent permeating between heaven and earth. That murderous intent was hidden, and an ordinary extreme human stage warrior would not be able to feel it. However, Chun Zong had mastered the second level of the sword momentum. His realm was profound, and his soul sense was pure, so naturally he would not miss it. As his thoughts raced, Chun Zong's expression returned to normal. There was not the slightest difference, and his footsteps did not slow down. If Elder Tsang Xian had not been paying attention to Chun Zong's changes, he would not have noticed either. He could not help but secretly sigh. When he arrived at the foot of Zongheng Mountain and saw the broken corner of the mountain gate, the murderous intent in the air seemed to have thickened. Chun Zong did not seem to have noticed anything and began to quickly climb up the stairs. It was not long before he arrived at the square where the Zongheng sword cauldron was located. Release the arrows. An extremely cold shout that was filled with killing intent rang out. Immediately, numerous arrows tore through the sky. They carried extremely terrifying might as they shot over from all directions with shocking speed. Every arrow was specially made. The arrowheads were incomparably sharp and could better break through protective powers. They also had a spiral shape, and the moment they rubbed against the air, they would spin along with the momentum, tearing the air apart like a drill, causing their speed to increase and their penetrative power to increase. With the power of these arrows, even a pseudo-transcendent would be directly pierced through. It had to be said that in order to kill Chunzong, the assailant had put in a lot of effort. 100 specially made and extremely powerful arrows pierced through the air from all directions and locked onto Chunzong, causing Chunzong to feel as if he was being pierced through. Chunzong's expression became solemn. If he had not broken through to the extreme mortal stage and was only at the third stage, it would have been very difficult for him to defend against such an attack. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he would have died here. If it was an ordinary first-layer extreme mortal stage cultivator, it would not have been so easy to defend against such an attack. If he was not careful, he would have been injured or even killed. It had to be said that it was extremely dangerous. But now, whether it was dodging or dealing with the attacks, he was able to remain calm. "Be careful." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out. At the same time, a figure flew over from another direction. His speed was extremely fast, and he brought with him a dazzling sword light. The sword light was like water and wind, but also extremely mysterious. It was like a dragon or a snake coming out of the abyss or a tiger returning to the forest. When the sword light appeared, it quickly surrounded Chunzong's body. At the same time, 100 specially made arrows pierced through the air. Ding ding ding! An incomparably sharp sound tore through the air. It was the sound of arrows and long swords colliding. Ripples of energy surged out, shattering the hard stone slabs of the square into pieces. Immediately, Chunzong felt his left arm being grasped by a hand, dragging him down the mountain. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was only an instant. Chunzong also clearly saw who it was. Black Sword Sex Yu Wuya. With a thought, Chunzong immediately understood that Yu Wuya was here to save him, and the assailant was most likely arranged by the third prince. Involuntarily, killing intent flashed in Chunzong's heart, and he also felt touched. The killing intent was directed at the third prince, while the touching feeling was directed at the ninth prince. Chunzong also felt Yu Wuya's current cultivation and strength. Mid-first layer of the extreme mortal realm. His sword skills were superb, and he was at the late stage of the extreme mortal realm. However, to deal with such an attack, he had to go all out, and he also had to protect himself, which made the pressure even greater. This was also because Yu Wuya didn't know Chunzong's strength. He still thought that Chunzong was only at the early first layer of the extreme mortal realm. Chunzong's arm shook slightly, and an ingenious force immediately spread Yu Wuya's hand open, making it impossible for him to hold it. "Senior Yu, leave it to me." Chunzong's indifferent voice sounded at the same time. Yu Wuya was surprised by Chunzong's opening of his hand when he heard Chunzong's voice. Immediately, a sword light flashed. The sword light was crimson in color, sparkling and translucent, as if it was made of crystal jade. A mysterious aura permeated the air. It was different from the mysteriousness of his swordsmanship. This kind of mysteriousness had a kind of power that went straight to one's mind. It was as if the sword was drawn from one's heart, and the sword was controlled by one's will. The difference between their levels was too great, and Yu Wuya could only see a trace of its mysteries, but he couldn't understand it. A dazzling sword light flashed past, and the hundreds of arrows with astonishing power were all blocked and then shot down. The sharp arrowheads pierced through the hard ground, and the arrow shafts trembled and produced a series of buzzing sounds. The terrifying arrows came in waves, one after another, and each wave had 100 arrows, making a total of 10 waves. Facing such a dense and tyrannical attack, a normal first layer of the extreme mortal realm would have died on the spot, but Chunzong blocked all of them, and all of them were destroyed, without even a trace of injury. From this, one could see that the first wave of the third prince's plan had failed. However, there was no hope of success, and only hope of luck. Elder Tsangxian stood motionless with his hands behind his back, a trace of mockery on his face. On the other hand, Yu Wuya was stunned. The strength Chen Zong had displayed was completely beyond his expectations. That aura was even more profound than his own. It was at least second layer, or even third layer of the extreme mortal realm. Unbelievable! Soon after, Yu Wuya could not help but let out a bitter smile. He had been too rash, and did not investigate thoroughly. But there was no other way, the situation was not good, and there was not enough time. However, Chunzong having such strength was ultimately a good thing. However, Chunzong, leave quickly, this is the third prince's trap. Yu Wuya hurriedly reminded. Senior Yu, there is no need for that. Chunzong smiled, full of confidence. Trap? Let's wait and see. I did not expect your strength to increase so much in just a few years. You really surprised me. A somewhat familiar voice rang out, but with a hint of mockery. Soon after, Chunzong saw 3 figures rapidly approaching from 3 different directions, each emitting a powerful aura that locked onto Chunzong. It's you guys. Yu Wuya's expression abruptly changed. Chunzong also recognized one of the 3. One of them was the Conqueror sect that had tried to kill him years ago. The current Conqueror sect was also an extreme mortal realm expert. From the aura he emitted, Chunzong knew that he was at the mid-mortal realm, the same as Yu Wuya. The other one was at the peak second layer of the extreme mortal realm. The third one was at the mid-fourth layer of the extreme mortal realm. It could be said that each of them was stronger than the last. It was no wonder that Yu Wuya's expression changed. If it was just the Conqueror sect, he would have no pressure, but the other 2 were not people he could fight against. The difference between them was too great. Where's the third prince? Chunzong said calmly, without the slightest bit of pressure. He didn't come himself, but sent the 3 of you here to die. You're still so stubborn even in the face of death. The Conqueror sect laughed coldly, his face filled with killing intent. There's another profound heaven realm expert here, but he's only at the early second layer. Don't worry, just attack. Elder Tsangxian's voice rang out in Chunzong's ears, making him feel even more at ease. An early second layer of the profound heaven realm expert was no match for Elder Tsangxian, who was at the 4th layer of the profound heaven realm. Yu Wuya, today I'll take care of you too. The Conqueror sect's gaze swept past Chunzong and landed on Yu Wuya's face, his face filled with a sinister smile. You can try. Yu Wuya said coldly. The air was filled with killing intent, and the murderous aura grew thicker and thicker, like a tidal wave crashing down. Senior Yu, leave the 3 of them to me, Chunzong said with a slight smile. Even if they were extreme mortal realm experts, as long as they didn't practice a supreme or even supreme grade legacy level cultivation arts, there was no need to take them too seriously. Be careful. Yu Wuya knew that he wasn't a match for the 3 of them, and he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack. But since Chunzong said so, he must have a way to deal with them. Yu Wuya warned, the 3 of them are the strongest subordinates of the third prince, and their strength is extraordinary. Chapter 741. His killing intent was cold and dense. The wind stopped and the clouds in the sky seemed to have stopped as well. The birds were silent and only traces of killing intent lingered in the air. I'll be the first to kill you. Chunzong's indifferent voice was like a gentle breeze as he stared at the tyrant martial ancestor. However, it caused the tyrant martial ancestor to be startled. A chill surged from the depths of his body and instantly engulfed his entire body like a torrent. His body involuntarily trembled as cold sweat uncontrollably seeped out from his forehead. Then let's see if you have the ability. The tyrant martial ancestor's body trembled. His powerful spiritual energy surged and expelled the discomfort. He then laughed coldly. The other two extreme mortal stage warriors had cold smiles on their faces, especially the mid-mortal stage warrior, who had a hint of mockery. Obviously, he didn't think that Chen Zong would be able to kill someone under his watch. "I'm going to make my move," Chen Zong reminded. A breath after he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and pressed his fingers together like a sword before lightly swiping it in a casual manner like a child scribbling with a brush. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded out as sword chi whistled out. This sword finger was incomparably mysterious and indescribable. The tyrant martial ancestor had already gathered all his spiritual energy and prepared himself. However, he discovered that Chen Zong's finger was incomparably mysterious. He couldn't even see it clearly. He only felt a little dazed before an incomparably sharp sword chi pierced through the air. The other two extreme mortal stage experts were also shocked. The mid-mortal stage expert discovered that even if he widened his eyes and used all his spiritual sense, he still couldn't see the trajectory of Chen Zong's finger. He couldn't even grasp its speed. On the other hand, the extreme human stage cultivator was able to capture the speed of Chen Zong's sword chi with his spiritual sense fully activated. However, the trajectory of the sword chi was completely unpredictable. It was as if the extreme human stage cultivator thought that the sword chi would go to the left, but it went to the right instead. With just a moment of hesitation, Chen Zong's sword chi had already traversed a few hundred meters and arrived in front of the tyrant martial ancestor. There was no way to dodge. With a soft chi sound, the sword chi pierced through the air. The conqueror martial ancestor's face was filled with confusion. A hole had appeared between his eyebrows. Blood mixed with white brain matter flowed out of the hole. Not only did the sword chi pierce through the conqueror ancestor's forehead, it even tore his brain apart, killing him completely. This! Yuwuya was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the body of the conqueror martial ancestor that was slowly collapsing. His heart was in turmoil. The other two extreme mortal stage warriors were also shocked. The conqueror martial ancestor had been killed right under their noses. "Now, it's your turn." Chen Zong's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on the cultivator of the second level of the extreme mortal realm. A light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, he slashed out with his sword fingers. To Chen Zong, there was no difference between the first tier of the mortal realm and the second tier of the mortal realm. The mysterious and unpredictable sword chi flashed by, like a butterfly fluttering under the blue sky and white clouds, like a bee flying through a field of flowers. This second-tier human extreme realm martial artist had no power to resist at all. His forehead was pierced by the sword light, and his brain was crushed. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and confusion, as well as a trace of fear that had just appeared. Impossible! The mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior was shocked beyond words. Yuwuya's eyes were also wide open, his face filled with shock. This was unbelievable. An early tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior killing a mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior in an instant wasn't much. But to kill a peak tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior in an instant, that was impossible. Although there was a clear difference between the peak tier of the extreme mortal realm and the early tier of the extreme mortal realm, it was still difficult to achieve a peak tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior in an instant, let alone when the conqueror martial ancestor didn't even use his sword. A sword warrior's skills were all in the sword. Whether or not he used his sword represented whether or not he was using his true strength. The difference was very obvious. The last one is you. Chen Zong's gaze landed on the mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior. Even though there was an obvious difference in their levels of training, the mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior felt a sense of horror from the depths of his heart when he was stared at by Chen Zong. His muscles tensed up, and a chill ran down his spine. Cold sweat unconsciously seeped out from his forehead and flowed down. This feeling was as if he was facing a warrior who was much stronger than him. But his level of training was clearly higher than his opponent's. He didn't have time to think, because Chen Zong made his move. This time, he didn't slash out with his sword fingers. Instead, he unsheathed the sword at his waist and sliced through the air in front of him. His opponent was after all a mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior. His strength couldn't be compared to a first or second level of the extreme mortal realm warrior. Chen Zong wasn't confident that he could kill his opponent in one strike without using his sword. After all, his strength was all in the sword. If he didn't use his sword, it would be hard for him to use even half of his strength. Heart Sword Dao. Basic style. A sword of darkness, like a swan flying to the underworld. The mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior's powerful spiritual energy surged like a river. The powerful protective spiritual energy was strengthened to the extreme. Both of his hands struck out continuously, not to kill his opponent, but to protect himself. Both of his palms seemed to have turned into shields, forming layers of defense in front of him. Even if a warrior of the same level attacked with all his strength, it would still be difficult to break through. Even if a warrior of a higher level attacked with all his strength, it would still be difficult to break through this defense and hurt him. But for some reason, there was a sense of fear in his heart that couldn't be erased. This sword's trajectory was mysterious and unpredictable. He didn't know how to dodge it at all. The sword light flashed by, bringing with it traces of heat, like a swimming dragon. The layers of defense were difficult to break through. Chen Zong didn't try to break through them. The Heart Sword Dao's basic style followed the gaps between the layers of defense, like a needle threading a thread. Then, it pierced through the opponent's forehead. Killed in one strike. The three extreme mortal realm warriors under the third prince's command were all killed by Chen Zong. Yu Wuya was dumbfounded. If Chen Zong's killing of the Conqueror sect and the second-level mortal realm warrior shocked him, then Chen Zong's killing of the mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior made him speechless. Yu Wuya wasn't the only one who was shocked. Others were as well, including the town king who had been secretly observing Chen Zong. His cultivation is indeed at the early tier of the extreme mortal realm, but his strength is so strong. Unbelievable. The town king's face was full of shock. He had lived for hundreds of years, but he had never heard of anyone who could kill a mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior in one strike. Indeed, the gap between the extreme mortal realm warriors could be large or small. This was related to one's talent and foundation, as well as the martial arts one practiced. There was an obvious difference between opening 9 and 8 apertures, but it was still difficult to kill someone who was one level higher than him, let alone one level higher than him. Great opportunity, there must be great opportunity on this kid. The town king's eyes shone brightly. If he was only slightly concerned before, then now, he was extremely concerned. If he could obtain such an opportunity, it might be of great help to him. Although his cultivation had reached the early stage of the second level of the heavenly profound realm, he had been stuck at the limit of the first level of the heavenly profound realm for almost 100 years. With his own ability, it was difficult for him to make any further progress. The early stage of the second level of the heavenly profound realm was his limit. But if he could obtain a great opportunity, it might be different. Taking a step back, even if Chen Zong's great opportunity was useless to him, it would still be useful to the Dragon Diagram royal family. It could ensure the Dragon Diagram royal family's prosperity. The town king was in no hurry to make his move. In his opinion, the outcome had already been decided. As for the 3 extreme mortal realm warriors who died, although there were some losses, it was nothing. However, when the town king told the third prince that the 3 extreme mortal realm warriors under his command had all been killed by Chen Zong, the third prince was shocked and his face was so dark that it seemed as if water could drip from it. Those 3 extreme mortal realm warriors were all the experts under his command. Now that they had all died, it was a great loss. The third prince wished he could skin Chen Zong alive and pull out his tendons. Soon after, his murderous gaze swept across the faces of the surrounding people. "He's here," the town king said as he paid attention to Elder Tsangxian, who was accompanying Chen Zong. The aura emitted by Elder Tsangxian was not very strong, only at the first tier of the profound sky realm. This made the town king even more certain. The incomparably shocked Yu Wuya subconsciously followed Chen Zong's footsteps and walked towards the horizontal sword hall. The murderous aura condensed and enveloped the entire horizontal sword hall. When Chen Zong stepped in, the oppressive aura pressed down from all directions, as if endless darkness was rolling and crushing down. Yu Wuya's body trembled, feeling as if he had fallen into an abyss. He kept struggling, but became increasingly powerless. Chen Zong's eyes flashed, like a sword being unsheathed, cutting through the darkness. Grand Elder, Sect Master, Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi, Sect Master, various elders and even the core disciples were all present in the horizontal sword hall. However, they were all sitting on chairs, unable to move. Their bodies were enveloped by an enormous aura, suppressing them. They were unable to move at all, and couldn't even open their mouths to speak. When Chen Zong entered, their eyes widened, as if they wanted to express something. His gaze first landed on the town king's face. Chen Zong had an impression of this person, a profound sky realm expert. According to Elder Tsangxian, he should be at the second tier of the profound sky realm. Soon after, his gaze landed on the third prince's face, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Chen Zong, we meet again." The gloominess on the third prince's face and the murderous intent in his eyes were suddenly restrained. Instead, he smiled with a hint of ridicule. This prince would never have thought that in just a few years you would grow to such a level. You truly deserve the title of heaven's favored child. Now that my ninth brother has lost his power, the position of crown prince is destined to be mine. Only I can hold the position of crown prince. The third prince spoke again, and a smile appeared on his face. "I will give you one more chance. Now, submit to me and become my sword. In the future, when you fight in all directions and achieve great merits, I will allow you to be second only to me and above everyone else. And not only will the horizontal sword sect not be destroyed, but it will also receive the support of the imperial family. In the future, it won't be difficult for it to become a middle-class sect, or even a high-class sect." Chapter 742. His only 3 paramount mortal stage subordinates had been killed by Chen Zong one after another. The third prince's heart was filled with an indescribable rage and an unparalleled desire to kill Chen Zong. He wished he could skin Chen Zong alive, tear out his tendons, crush his bones, and scatter his ashes. However, he was not an ordinary person, and everything he did was for his own benefit. At the end of the day, even the Conqueror Sect Master, who had followed him since a long time ago, was only there to help him grow stronger. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The third prince was furious because he had lost 3 powerful subordinates, and it was difficult to find another useful person for the time being. This was detrimental to his own growth, and nothing more. However, he quickly suppressed his anger because he realized that Chen Zong alone was enough to defeat the 3 of them. If he could subdue Chen Zong, he would be even more useful. At the same time, he would be able to thoroughly suppress his 9th brother. It had to be said that the third prince's idea was very good. He had also made a promise to Chen Zong that would move many people's hearts, but to Chen Zong, it was not the slightest bit attractive. Staring at the third prince, Chen Zong's face did not have the slightest hint of a smile, and his eyes were as cold as water. Back then, I had no choice but to leave the Longtu region and go through several life and death situations. It was all because of you. Chen Zong spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner, his voice like autumn water emitting traces of coldness. I was thinking that, if there was a day when I had enough strength, I would return to the Longtu region and kill you and the Conqueror sect master. The third prince's expression abruptly changed, becoming even darker and filled with killing intent. Now that the Conqueror sect master is gone, it's time for your master to be on his way. Don't let him wait too long. Chunzong added, his killing intent dense. Young man, don't be so murderous. The town king spoke up. A powerful aura rushed over, wanting to make Chunzong kneel on the spot. To his surprise, the aura disappeared without a trace before it could reach Chunzong, leaving the town king somewhat bewildered. Soon after, he glanced at Elder Tsangxian beside Chunzong and frowned slightly before relaxing. It doesn't matter, the difference in cultivation is the difference in strength. A mere first-layer heavenly profound stage is no match for me. He has talent, but he can't see the situation clearly. The third prince smiled sinisterly, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even more intense. Now, everyone from the unhindered sword sect is here. Unless you don't care about their lives, I order you to put down your sword. The sword was like a second life for a swordsman. At least 70% of one's strength was in the sword. Putting down the sword was equivalent to giving up one's strength. Senior Elder Yuan Lingzi, the sect master, and the others kept looking left and right. They were telling Chunzong not to do that. Seeing this, Chunzong smiled faintly, indicating that there was no need to be anxious. He took off the red jade sword from his waist and inserted it into the hard ground of the unhindered sword hall. Chunzong's eyes flickered with cold light as he stared at the third prince. It was as if he could pierce through the third prince, causing the third prince's heart to palpitate. Gently bring the sword over. The third prince frowned and said with displeasure. The sword was not far from his feet. If Chunzong wanted to attack, he could easily pull it out. That distance was no different from no distance at all. Therefore, the sword had to be far away. How far away? It would be safer if it was in his hands. That was why the third prince asked Chunzong to bring the sword over, and to do it gently. It couldn't be fast, nor could it be powerful. Chunzong. Yuya wanted to stop him, because he knew very well that this was the third prince's scheme. Without his sword, Chunzong's strength would be greatly reduced. Hold the sword well. Chunzong's voice was light. When it sounded, it was like a gentle breeze, and when it fell, it was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind. When the last word, sword, fell, Chunzong's body had already stretched infinitely, like a shadow. A bright red sword light flashed through the air. The man and the sword became one, tearing the sky apart. Everything around them seemed to become blurry, which was caused by Chunzong's speed. Unable to see clearly, one could only see a blurry figure approaching at an alarming speed. One could also feel the terrifying heat of the sword light piercing through the air. The killing intent spread throughout the third prince's body, causing his limbs to go numb and his body to stiffen. He couldn't circulate his qi and blood, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Horrifying, extremely horrifying, his consciousness seemed to have fallen into an icy abyss. Speaking of cultivation, the third prince was also an extreme mortal realm warrior. However, he was only at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. In addition, as a prince, he didn't need to do anything personally. Therefore, although he had a cultivation base, he couldn't fully display his strength. Not to mention that Chunzong's cultivation base was much higher than the third prince's, even if they were at the same cultivation base. Even if the third prince's cultivation base was higher than Chunzong's, he still wouldn't be a match for Chunzong. Chunzong's strength grew from countless battles. There was no luck involved. Even if it was a miracle, it was the result of his own hard work. With such a difference in cultivation base, how could the third prince resist? The town king's expression changed slightly. He knew that no matter what, the third prince was no match for Chunzong. He wanted to attack, but the moment he moved his chi, he felt an extremely terrifying force pressing down on him. That kind of force was like a tall mountain, like a boundless sea. It was simply indescribable. In front of this aura, he seemed so small and weak. Not the first layer of the heavenly profound realm. The town king couldn't help but roar in his heart. This kind of aura was definitely not something that a first layer of the heavenly profound realm could possess. Even the second layer of the heavenly profound realm didn't have it. Even the third layer heavenly profound realm ancestor in the royal family couldn't compare. This kind of cultivation, at least the fourth layer of the heavenly profound realm. The difference between the fourth layer and the second layer of the heavenly profound realm was like a chasm. What's more, the town king only cultivated a mid-grade spirit art, while Elder Tsangxian cultivated a top high-grade spirit art. There was a difference again. Cultivation base, inheritance and other aspects, there was a clear gap between them. For a time, the town king was extremely shocked. He had a bad feeling and knew that all his plans today would fail. Under the pressure of the fourth layer of the heavenly profound realm's aura, the town king felt that he couldn't move, let alone help the third prince. Elder Tsangxian had grasped the seventh layer of the force of heaven and earth, while the town king's force of heaven and earth had only comprehended the fifth layer. This was another huge gap. The town king was suppressed by Elder Tsangxian's aura, while the third prince couldn't react in time. He could only watch as Chen Zong attacked with his sword. With a flash of sword light, it cut through the sky and slashed down. This sword must kill. When the red jade sword arrived in front of the third prince, the jade pendant worn by the third prince suddenly exploded. A faint yellow light spread out, firmly protecting the third prince. Outside the faint yellow light, 9 illusory dragons circled around, endlessly roaming. Chen Zong's sword slashed at the yellow light, but was blocked by a flexible force. He couldn't break it and felt a strong rebound. Seeing this, the third prince breathed a sigh of relief. "You dare to attack, kill him for me." The third prince roared with incomparable anger. His anger soared to the sky, and his head almost exploded. His eyes were red, burning with killing intent. However, no one attacked. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't. The town king was suppressed by Elder Tsangxian's aura, and the 2 seventh-layer mortal stage experts hiding nearby were also suppressed by Elder Tsangxian's aura. Let alone attack, they couldn't even move. Chen Zong wasn't surprised in the slightest, and attacked again. Sword after sword slashed at the 9-dragon yellow light surrounding the third prince's body. Every strike was powerful enough to instantly kill an ordinary 4th-tier human realm warrior. However, every strike that landed on the third prince's protective yellow light only created layers of ripples. "Where is he?" The third prince was both shocked and furious. As he roared, he tried to dodge, but he couldn't. His speed couldn't compare to Chen Zong's, and a single strike was enough to make him a turtle in a jar. The protective yellow light could only protect him, but was unable to give him the strength to fight against Chen Zong. Moreover, this protection wasn't permanent. Once the protective power was depleted, the third prince would be defenseless, and would be at the mercy of others. He didn't know why the sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect hadn't appeared. He had already sentenced them to death in his heart, and would execute them after this matter was settled. "Town King, please help." The third prince had no choice but to ask the town king for help. He thought that the town king wasn't helping because he was testing him. What he didn't know was that the town king had long wanted to help, but was unable to. Chen Zong slashed out sword after sword. He wasn't in a hurry. Now that the situation was settled, he treated the third prince as a practice partner. The Heart Sword Dao Foundation form. Every strike was the same, but the trajectory of every strike was different, and the mysteries contained in every strike seemed to be different as well. Chen Zong wasn't in a hurry either, and carefully experienced the differences in every strike. Yu Wuya was stunned. He felt that every strike of Chen Zong's seemed to take him a lifetime to comprehend. Under such observation, Yu Wuya's sword skills began to improve. Chen Zong had entered a mysterious state. The power of heaven and earth moved with every strike, reaching the second level of sword force. Every strike seemed to be accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder. The second level of sword force. The town king's heart grew increasingly shocked, and also increasingly bitter. The trip to the eastern continent once again flashed through his mind. The heart tribulation and questioning his heart made Chen Zong even more determined. Another strike was unleashed. This time, Chen Zong's consciousness seemed to fall into a mysterious state. Why did he practice the sword? Why did he use the sword? Ask his heart. In the past and present, he practiced the sword because he liked it. Because when he practiced the sword, he had to use the sword. There was no need to think too much, no need to be confused. Everything was in the heart, everything was in the sword. A mysterious aura spread from Chen Zong's body, startling Elder Tsang Xian a little. Soon after, Chen Zong swung his sword again. The trajectory of this strike was very simple. It was just a straight line, without the slightest change. It was like a child randomly swinging a branch, but it contained indescribable mysteries. This strike was aimed at the deepest part of one's heart. But this strike contained an unparalleled sharpness that was unstoppable. The moment this strike was unleashed, Chen Zong felt the dark clouds in the sky instantly dissipate, and only the heavenly path was before his eyes. A strike to the heart. Chapter 743. Ask the heavens, ask the earth, ask the people. Ask you, ask me. Ask the boundless heavens and earth. Ask the ethereal mortal world. Ask all living things. Ask the nothingness of this world. What was his heart? What was his intention? The third prince's expression kept changing as he struggled in his heart. He kept asking himself, why did I fight for power? Why did I suppress my brothers time and time again? Is power really that important? The faint sword light pierced through the sky and silently tore apart the third prince's protective yellow light. Kill. The sword pierced through his heart. The moment the sword pierced through his heart, the third prince suddenly understood why he fought for power. It was because he could get what he wanted. His heart was firm and his spirit was sublimated. Unfortunately, his heart was already shattered. The terrifying sword chi spread like lightning and covered the third prince's body, destroying all signs of life. The town king's eyes widened. He could see that the third prince had been killed. For a moment, he felt as if the sky had darkened. His killing intent burned like a 10,000-year-old volcano that was about to erupt. However, it was suppressed by a terrifying aura. It was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. The red jade sword returned to its scabbard. Chen Zong looked at the third prince's lifeless face with confusion and relief. He stood there silently. Back then, the third prince had targeted him time and time again. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to survive. Now, the conqueror martial sect was dead, and the third prince was also dead. Silently, Chen Zong felt his heart become clearer. All the illusions disappeared with the sword strike just now. A sword to the heart. A sword to the heart. Since then, the first basic move of the heart sword way was created. It incorporated the sword intent and wind intent. The wind was indefinite like the human heart. Town King, this was a grudge between me and the third prince. Now that the grudge has been settled, what is the dragon diagram imperial family's intention? Chen Zong glanced at the town king's face and asked word by word. No grudge. The town king felt that the aura suppressing him had weakened a lot and said in a low voice. He was not stupid. Chen Zong was a peerless genius. All he lacked was time. If they were invincible, they would have to get rid of them by the root. They would do their best to kill them, even if they had to pay a price. But now, Chernzong was accompanied by an expert who was at least at the third level of the Sky Profound Realm. They had no chance to kill Chernzong. Moreover, they had to bear the wrath of a terrifying expert, which was enough to bring disaster to the Dragon Diagram royal family. On second thought, Chernzong might have joined a powerful force that had been hidden from the world, and there might be countless masters in that force. The third prince might be good, but the Guardian King wasn't that stupid to bear the wrath of a terrifying expert for the third prince. No gratitude or resentment, this was the best way to deal with it. In the future, the reigning sword sect can develop in peace. If you have any requests, you can raise them now. As long as they don't affect the stability of the Longtu Empire, I will agree to them. The Town Guardian King added. Earth Spirit Mountain shall be returned to the unhindered sword sect. Chernzong changed his mind and said, in addition, the Zhonghu sword sect has been suppressed by the third prince for many years and has suffered heavy losses. How would you like to compensate us? Don't worry, when I return to the Imperial City, I will immediately arrange it. You will be satisfied, the Town Guardian King said. The conversation seemed to be very pleasant, but the Town Guardian King was very sullen and helpless in his heart. For the Dragon Diagram royal family to prosper, some compromises that didn't harm the foundation were necessary. Chernzong didn't have to worry about the Town Guardian King's attitude. Town Guardian King, please, Chernzong said without any trace of politeness. Elder Tsongxian released his pressure on the Town Guardian King. Goodbye. As his voice faded, the Town Guardian King's figure had already rushed out of the Zhonghu Sword Hall like a bird that had just escaped from its cage. You too, it seems that your memory isn't very good. Chernzong appeared in front of the sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect and said with a faint smile, but a trace of chilling killing intent flashed in his eyes. Under Elder Tsongxian's pressure, the sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect couldn't move at all. They couldn't even open their mouths to speak. They could only look at Chernzong with pleading eyes, hoping that Chernzong would let them go. Elder, do you have any methods to control them? Chernzong looked towards Elder Tsongxian and asked, I want them to atone for their sins and become protectors of the Zhonghu sword sect, protecting the sect's development. In the beginning, Chernzong did indeed want to kill the two of them, but on second thought, instead of killing them, he might as well make use of them and let them work for the sword sect. After all, the two of them were experts at the 7th layer of the extreme mortal stage and cultivated mid-grade spirit art. They weren't weak. Of course, if he didn't have any effective methods to guarantee it, Chernzong would rather kill them. In my early years, I obtained a secret technique called the lesser spirit manipulation art. It can plant a spirit seed in another person's knowledge sea, and their life and death can be decided with a single thought. Elder Tsongxian did not avoid the topic and directly said, This secret technique is most suitable for you because your spiritual sense is stronger than theirs. If they want to remove this secret technique, their spiritual sense must be twice as strong as yours. Chernzong could not help but nod. Compared to ordinary extreme mortal stage experts, his spiritual sense was indeed very strong, comparable to those at the 9th layer of the extreme mortal stage. In fact, it was even slightly purer. The sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect were both at the 7th layer of the extreme mortal stage, and their spiritual senses were completely inferior to Chernzong's. Elder Tsongxian quickly passed the lesser spirit manipulation art to Chernzong. Chernzong's comprehension was astonishing, and it didn't take long for him to comprehend it. With his powerful spiritual sense, it took him less than half a day to master the lesser spirit manipulation art. Open up your knowledge, see, and don't resist. Otherwise, I will kill you. Chernzong's gaze was indifferent as he stared at the sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect, unhurriedly stating the facts that could happen. The sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect were extremely unwilling to be enslaved like this. From now on, they would become the protectors of the unhindered sword sect, protecting the development of the unhindered sword sect. This made them, who were used to giving orders from above, extremely unhappy. However, the two of them cherished their lives very much. Between the two, they ultimately chose their own lives. They opened up their knowledge sea and did not dare to resist in the slightest, because the terrifying profound heaven stage expert was staring at them from the side. With his powerful spiritual sense, Chen Zong successfully planted a spirit seed with the two's obedient cooperation. The spirit seed was entrenched in the two's minds. With a thought, the spirit seed began to wildly beat like a heart. As it contracted and expanded, it caused the sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect to have a splitting headache, as if their heads were about to explode. Wave after wave of explosive pain struck them, making them wish they were dead. The two of them rolled on the ground, holding their heads with both hands, constantly struggling and wailing. Seeing this, the faces of the people around them turned pale and cold sweat dripped down their back. After a full 30 breaths of time, Chen Zong finally stopped. His eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Looks like the effect is not bad. Protect the unhindered sword sect well. If you have second thoughts, you will suffer 10 times more. The two of them had not completely recovered from the pain. They felt their brains twitching, as if countless voices were buzzing in their heads, making them unable to concentrate. They finally understood what it meant to wish they were dead. At that moment, they really wanted to smash their own heads open. Seeing the fear and obedience in the two's eyes, Chen Zong could not help but secretly smile. This lesser spirit control art was indeed good. Of course, it was only good for him. If it was used on other warriors, it might not be so good. After all, it could only enslave people whose spiritual senses were weaker than his own. Not every warrior's spiritual senses were stronger than others. After all, they were the minority. Of course, Chen Zong did not like to walk the path of controlling others. That was not his Tao. However, for the development of the unhindered sword sect, sometimes he had to do it. It was also according to his own wishes. There was only one way to remove the effects of the lesser spirit control art. That was for the Wanluo sect leader and grand elder to have spiritual senses twice as strong as Chen Zong's. That was impossible. The two of them had reached the 7th tier of the extreme mortal stage, which was basically the limit. However, Chen Zong could still continue to improve, and his spiritual senses would continue to strengthen. As for killing Chen Zong, if Chen Zong died, the spiritual seeds in their heads would also explode. At that time, they would also die. Earth Spirit Mountain returned to the unhindered sword sect. The Guardian King had also sent over a batch of rich cultivation resources. Chen Zong, this matter is over. It's time to leave. Grand Elder Tsang Xian urged once again. Wait a moment, Grand Elder. I will leave after seeing a friend. Chen Zong smiled. The friend he was referring to was the 9th prince. Yu Wuya left the unhindered sword sect as fast as he could, returning to the Dragon Reflection Imperial City to see the 9th prince and report the matter in detail. The 9th prince was shocked beyond words. Soon after, he personally rushed to the unhindered sword sect to see Chen Zong. Back then, I already felt that Brother Chen was an extraordinary person. Sure enough, you have already soared through the 9 heavens. The 9th prince raised his cup as he smiled. It's just that my luck was good and I obtained some opportunities. Chen Zong smiled modestly. But 9th prince, now that you no longer have the 3rd prince as your opponent, the position of crown prince should be in the bag. As a prince, the biggest competition was the position of crown prince. The 3rd prince and the 9th prince were the strongest competitors. However, the 9th prince was later suppressed by the 3rd prince, and the situation was almost settled. Now that the 3rd prince was dead, the 9th prince took advantage of the situation to rise up. Third brother was wrong from the beginning. The ninth prince's expression was somewhat gloomy as he shook his head and sighed softly. The two chatted for a long night, before the ninth prince left with Yu Wuya and returned to the imperial city. The sky gradually brightened as a golden-red sun rose from the eastern horizon, bringing with it life and hope as it sprinkled over the unhindered mountain, bathing and awakening all living things. Grand Elder, Sect Master and Elders, I have to leave, Chenzong said. Your path is vast and boundless. Go. Although Yuan Lingzi was reluctant, he knew that he could not keep Chenzong here. He was like a true dragon of the 9 heavens, soaring in the sky and only occasionally landing to rest. Farewell, Grand Elder Yuan Jianzi. Under the lead of Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and the elders, the unhindered sword sect disciples bowed and sent Chenzong off with their gazes. Elder Tsang Xian swept up Chenzong and soared into the sky under everyone's gazes. In an instant, they turned into a stream of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving behind countless exclamations and a legend that the disciples took delight in talking about. Chapter 744. In the vast sky, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. A beam of light flew over from afar at an astonishing speed, creating a white stream of air as it traversed the sky. The blue wave sea was still as boundless as before. Its color was profound, as if it contained endless mysteries. Large ships sailed in the sea, breaking through the wave. Huge whales emerged from the surface of the sea, and large schools of fish shuttled back and forth under the sea. With his wish fulfilled, Chenzong left with Elder Tsang Xian and returned to the Blue Waves continent. After crossing the Blue Waves Sea, they once again set foot on the Blue Waves continent, heading straight for the Taiyuan continent. 5 months had already passed by the time Chenzong saw the outline of the Taiyuan heaven sect. Elder Tsang Xian brought Chenzong back to Tsangyu Mountain. Cultivate well. Elder Tsang Xian quickly left. After all, they had been gone for 5 months, and he had to see if anything had happened during this time. Of course, 5 months wasn't a long time for experts, and could even be considered short. After all, a single closed-door cultivation session wouldn't last for 5 months. Returning to his cave dwelling, Chenzong couldn't help but sigh. The cultivation environment of Chaotian Island was indeed very different from that of the Blue Waves continent. Sitting down cross-legged, Chenzong began to cultivate. A tyrannical aura spread out. The defensive power of the Heart Sword House had been fully activated, and would seal off the aura undulations within. Thus, Chenzong no longer needed to hide. Late third layer of the extreme mortal realm. On Chaotian Island, Chenzong's first heart trial had brought him great benefit. In addition to a breakthrough in his grand sword force, his cultivation had also increased, and he had opened his apertures, reaching the late third layer of the extreme mortal realm. The increase in his cultivation had also brought about an increase in his strength. After thinking about cultivating for a while, Chenzong began to organize his cultivation. Cultivation. Late third layer of the extreme mortal realm, opened 29 apertures. Grand sword force. Second layer true intent. True intent of sword, true intent of metal, true intent of wind, true intent of thunder, true intent of fire, true intent of water. Heart sword path. First 3 layers of the heart mysterious art, peerless grade. Heart sword basic form, heart questioning, no secret arts, no forbidden art. The force of heaven and earth is divided into 9 layers. The first 3 layers correspond to the extreme mortal realm, the middle 3 layers correspond to the earth spirit realm, and the last 3 layers correspond to the profound heaven realm. Chenzong's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, true intents have different levels as well. Profundity prying, manifestation, congealing. My current true intent is the sword true intent, which is at the peak of profundity prying. The next step is to break through to manifestation. The other 5 true intents are slightly inferior, but they are also at the peak of profundity prying, of me. If he didn't open 12 apertures, he wouldn't be able to reach the peerless grade. Since the first 3 layers had reached the peerless grade, Chernzong wouldn't lower himself to the peerless grade for the rest of the technique. Let's see if I can read the techniques of the other mountains, Chernzong said to himself. He frowned slightly. The possibility of this was not high. After all, every mountain had its own inheritance and cultivation method. Among these cultivation methods, some were the same, but some were different. It wasn't a small matter to read the techniques of the other mountains. Chernzong didn't have much confidence. He could only give it a try. If it didn't work, he would have to find another way. Also, there was the application of the heart sword path, which was the sword technique. Basic form: heart questioning sword. Currently, there were no movement techniques, no footwork techniques, no secret arts, and no forbidden arts. But in the inheritance of the heavenly sword path, there were movement techniques, footwork techniques, secret arts, forbidden arts, and so on. If Chernzong wanted to, he could cultivate it directly and then modify it and merge it with other technique. What he needed was time and energy. He had fulfilled his wish on Chaotian Island. Now, he could calm down and go into closed-door cultivation. However, Chernzong, who had just decided to go into closed-door cultivation, suddenly received a message from Elder Tsangxian. He immediately rushed to Dark Feather Hall. In Dark Feather Hall, Elder Tsangxian's expression wasn't very good. He only nodded when he saw Chernzong arrive. "Elder, why did you summon me?" Chernzong didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. After all, the two of them had just returned to the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Jinyuan Mountain sent news that Fang Xingchen has come out of closed-door cultivation and wants to fight with you again. Elder Tsangxian said in a low voice. After Fang Xingchen comes out of closed-door cultivation, his cultivation will reach the initial 3rd layer of the extreme mortal stage. He will cultivate the Taiyuan Saint Path and become even stronger. Chernzong's eyes flashed as his thoughts spun rapidly. The only reason Fang Xingchen wanted to fight with him again was because he had lost face in the previous battle, and his reputation in the sect had suffered a blow. This time, he had inherited the Taiyuan Divine Way and broken through to the 3rd tier of the extreme mortal realm. His strength had increased tremendously compared to before, and it could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. Therefore, Fang Xingchen wanted to defeat him to prove his strength and prove that he was the most outstanding disciple in the sect. Challenge? Sure, no problem. The Taiyuan Saint Path is a supreme grade inheritance and is even more profound than our Dark Feather sect's Dark Feather Path. At the same cultivation level, it can unlock more apertures and has purer and stronger spiritual energy. Elder Tsangxian continued, Fang Xingchen's cultivation has broken through and is at the same level as you, Chernzong. This battle is disadvantageous for you. What he meant was that Chernzong should not accept the challenge. Elder, I accept the challenge. Chernzong's reply surprised Elder Tsangxian, but he soon felt relieved. This was Chernzong's character. However, I have a condition. Elder Tsangxian was not surprised. If I win, I want to read all the books in Jinyuan Mountain, Chernzong said. Elder Tsangxian was stunned. He thought that Chernzong would make some harsh request, but he did not expect it to be this. Of course, this condition was considered very high. After all, a portion of the books in every mountain were hidden and precious. If Chernzong wanted to read all of them, he would naturally include the hidden and precious ones. All right. Elder Tsangxian thought for a moment. Although he did not understand Chernzong's intentions, he still agreed. You can go back first. I will negotiate with Jinyuan Mountain. Thank you, Elder. Chernzong bowed and left the Jinyuan Sword Hall. Fang Xingchen's challenge was not only his own intention, but also the support of the higher-ups of Jinyuan Mountain. But no matter what, Chen Zong could accept the challenge as long as he could read all the books in Jinyuan Mountain. Conversation and debate. In the end, Elder Tsangxian brought good news. Regardless of the outcome, Chen Zong could read all the books in Jinyuan Mountain, except for the Taiyuan Grand Saint Technique. The Taiyuan Grand Saint Technique was a part of the Taiyuan Grand Saint Path, and was extremely important. Even many elders of Jinyuan Mountain did not have the qualifications to read it. However, Chen Zong felt that it was good to be able to read other books. From the beginning, he had never thought of reading the Taiyuan Grand Saint Technique because it was impossible. The battle between you and Fang Xingchen will take place in 9 days at the back of the mountain. Elder Tsangxian said seriously, in these 9 days, you must cultivate well and improve as much as possible. Even if you can't win this battle, you must at least fight beautifully. Elder, I will win, Chen Zong said in an incomparably firm tone. His gaze was resolute, and there was a trace of sharpness in the depths of his eyes. I will win. This was unparalleled confidence, confidence that came from knowing his own limit. This was because what he cultivated was not the dark feather path, but the heart sword path, which was even more profound than the Taiyuan Grand Saint path. Moreover, his cultivation was not at the initial 3rd layer of the extreme mortal stage, but the advanced 3rd layer of the extreme mortal stage. No matter how he looked at it, he would not lose this battle unless Fang Xingchen underwent a huge transformation. Although Chen Zong was full of confidence in himself, he would not underestimate Fang Xingchen because of this. There was no doubt that Fang Xingchen was a genius with outstanding talent and potential. He was a worthy opponent. On the 9th day, Chen Zong did not feel nervous about his battle with Fang Xingchen. He continued to cultivate according to his plan. He entered the enlightenment stage first. The enlightenment stage was divided into 7 stages. The 1st to 3rd stages were suitable for pseudo-transcendence, while the 4th to 7th stages were suitable for transcendent. Each stage was more powerful than the one before. Chen Zong did not act rashly and entered the 4th stage first. The 4th stage was filled with the aura of true meaning and was at the prying stage. The prying stage, the more profound the prying stage was. The 4th stage was filled with countless aura of true meaning. It was very chaotic, and there were also countless remnants of chaotic and fragmented consciousnesses. As Chen Zong entered, the remnant consciousnesses began to attack Chen Zong's consciousness and disturb Chen Zong's mind. This was more than 10 times more intense than the 3rd stage. If Chen Zong's consciousness had not transformed and his mental strength had not transformed into spiritual sense, he would not have been able to withstand it with his powerful mental strength and would have been defeated within a few breaths. However, Chen Zong's spiritual sense was now so powerful that it was even above that of an ordinary 9th-layer extreme mortal stage cultivator. Facing such chaotic consciousnesses, he did not feel any pressure at first, but as time passed, it gradually intensified. Chen Zong immediately comprehended the sword intent. The sword intent had reached the limit of the prying stage and was only a thin line away from the next stage. However, this thin line was like a natural chasm. The 4th stage could not allow Chen Zong to break through the realm of the sword intent. It only allowed him to consolidate it. After that, Chen Zong began to comprehend the other 5 true meanings. The true meanings comprehended by different martial artists were slightly different. As they collided and compared with the true meanings comprehended by other martial artists, the 5 true meanings comprehended by Chen Zong slowly improved until they reached the limit of the prying stage and consolidated. Just like that, 3 days passed. Chen Zong's consciousness had reached its limit and he had to leave. There were still 6 days before the battle with Fang Xingchen. Chen Zong returned to the Heart Sword House and went into seclusion for 2 days before entering the enlightenment stage again. This time, he entered the 5th stage. The path of true meaning was divided into different stages. The prying stage was the first stage. Above it was manifestation, above it was solidification, and above that was truth. These 4 stages corresponded to the last 4 stages of the enlightenment stage. The 5th stage of true meaning was at the manifestation stage. Once he entered the 5th stage, Chen Zong could feel an even more intense aura of true meaning. His eyes could also see traces of different colors in the air. Those were the colors of true meaning. The aura of each true meaning was more than 3 times stronger than that of the 4th stage. This meant that the manifestation stage of true meaning was at least 3 times stronger than that of the prying stage. The difference was very obvious. Chapter 745. It's time for Xiaofang's part. Other than the famous 7 mountains, there were many other mountains in the Taiyuan mountain range. Some mountains were high, some were low, some were continuous, and some were standing alone. Behind Zhenyuan Mountain, there was a small mountain less than a kilometer high where many people were gathered. This mountain had always been called the Back Mountain. The Back Mountain was bare, and it was hard to find any trees, let alone complete rocks. All of them were scattered on the ground, and there were countless holes and ravines on the ground. It was like a ruin. The air was filled with mixed auras, hot, cold, domineering, and everything else. This mountain was often used as a place to test out moves, and also a place for some people to duel. The sky was getting brighter, but the Back Mountain was already bustling with activity. The esoteric and core disciples of the 7 mountains had all gathered here, as well as elders and deacons. Powerful auras filled the air, constantly colliding with each other, creating countless cyclones. Senior Brother Fang and Senior Brother Chen are dueling again. I wonder who will win this time? It will definitely be Senior Brother Fang. Senior Brother Fang has obtained our sect's supreme inheritance, the Taiyuan Saint Path. His foundation is extremely solid, and his starting point is much higher than others. After going into seclusion, his cultivation has reached the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. Chen Zong can't compare to his strength. I heard that not long ago, Senior Brother Fang came out of seclusion and found someone to test his move. He defeated a 4th stage, extreme mortal realm cultivator with a casual move. Senior Brother Chen Zong's talent is indeed very high, perhaps even higher than Senior Brother Fang's. Unfortunately, the inheritance he obtained is the Dark Feather Mountain's Dark Feather Path, which can't be compared to the Taiyuan Saint Path. He lost to Senior Brother Fang in terms of starting point. Many disciples and even elders were discussing the outcome of the battle between Chen Zong and Fang Xingchen. From what they said, they all thought that Fang Xingchen would win. The truth was that Fang Xingchen had inherited the Taiyuan Saint Path, so his starting point was higher than the Dark Feather Path. In the transcendent realm, an inheritance was extremely important, and the influence of the level of the inheritance was even more obvious. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of drums, startling everyone. They turned their heads and saw a figure walking over. He was wearing a long robe made of starlight, as if the stars were following him. As he walked, the wind and clouds surged, and the power of heaven and earth. Dong dong dong. It was as if a giant was stepping on the ground, and the earth was like a drum. It's Senior Brother Fang. Senior Brother Fang is here. What a shocking aura. Too strong. The expressions of the group of secret disciples were grim as well. Right now, Fang Xingchen was approaching them with the force of the world. His prowess was astonishing, making them feel as if they were being suppressed by an impact. Not every esoteric disciple had a cultivation level above Fang Xingchen's, even though there were some esoteric disciples who had attained a breakthrough to the extreme mortal realm earlier than Fang Xingchen. Heaven's chosen one is indeed extraordinary. One of the esoteric disciples smiled bitterly. The reason he was able to break through to the transcendent realm was largely due to luck. after a few years of painstaking cultivation, he still hadn't reached the third layer of the mortal realm. Originally, I thought that junior brother Chunzong had a chance of winning. Now that I've seen junior brother Fang's power, I know that Chen Shidi will definitely lose. A fourth layer of the mortal realm disciple said solemnly. Even if his cultivation was higher than Fang Xingchen's, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Fang Xingchen. In the direction of the Gray Feather Mountain, Chunzong was also walking over. Compared to Fang Xingchen, Chunzong's aura was restrained, and no one could sense any fluctuations in his aura. Junior brother Chunzong is here. What's his cultivation level? I can't see through him. I think he's at the peak of the second layer of the mortal realm. Pairs of eyes fell on Chunzong, trying to see through Chunzong. However, they realized that the aura on Chunzong's body was very faint, and they couldn't see through it at all. Fang Xingchen raised his eyes and looked over. The force of heaven and earth moved along with him, crashing onto Chunzong's body. It was like a formless and vast ocean, vast and mighty. He took a step forward, and with a boom, it was as if a heavenly hammer had struck the earth drum. The momentum was astonishing. Fang Xingchen's every move was filled with astonishing power. This was a manifestation of the Taiyuan divine path. Every move he made was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth for his own use. It was extremely domineering. Chunzong rushed towards Fang Xingchen's powerful aura, but his body didn't move at all. In the end, it was just the first level of the force of heaven and earth. How could it shake him? However, Fang Xingchen's aura was indeed very shocking. It was forceful and domineering, faintly merging with the heaven and earth around him. He was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, but it wasn't the force of heaven and earth. This was probably the wonder of the Taiyuan divine path. Speaking of which, the heavenly sword path wasn't inferior to the Taiyuan divine path at all. In fact, it was even superior. However, the profoundness of the heavenly sword path was different. Chen Shidi, you will definitely lose today's battle, Fang Xingchen said. His voice wasn't loud, but it was as vast and mighty as the sound of the heavens, like the rumbling of thunder. Forceful and domineering, there was no room for doubt. Chunzong didn't reply. Instead, he laughed softly, shook his head, and took a step forward. His footsteps seemed ordinary, but there was a unique charm to them. Each step was pleasing to the eyes, and each step made one feel as if their hearts and minds were clear. Freedom, carefree, and unrestrained as he wandered between heaven and earth. Unknowingly, everyone's eyes were wide open, astonished by Chunzong's uniqueness. The group of elders narrowed their eyes and stared at Chunzong, their expressions grim. They realized that they couldn't see through the unique charm that Chunzong was exuding. Fang Xingchen was bewildered. He realized that his aura couldn't lock onto Chunzong. Taking a step forward, Fang Xingchen brought with him the force of heaven and earth. Rumbling sounds were like rolling thunder, and each step he took crushed the mountain rocks, leaving behind deep footprints as he flew up the mountain. This battle was at the peak of the mountain. There was a bumpy area at the peak of the mountain left behind by the previous battle. It had a radius of 100 meters, and was suitable for Chunzong and Fang Xingchen to battle. Facing each other from a distance, an extremely powerful aura rushed out from Fang Xingchen's body, merging with the force of heaven and earth around him. Taiyuan's sacred path could borrow the power of heaven and earth around him for his own use. If he comprehended the force of heaven and earth, the combination of the two would be even more powerful and extremely domineering. Yuan, domineering. Too far, extremely domineering. Legend had it that when one cultivated Taiyuan's sacred path to the extreme, one could replace heaven and earth with unparalleled power. One was extremely domineering, with the power of heaven and earth moving around him, as if heaven and earth were under his control. He was high-spirited, his black hair flying against the wind. The other had a unique rhythm, as if he was standing on the clouds in the wind, light and agile, following his heart. Chun Shidi, take a punch from me. Fang Xingchen exhaled. Inheriting Taiyuan's sacred path, his cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the third level of the extreme mortal realm, and he had mastered the first level of the force of heaven and earth. Fang Xingchen had swept away his previous defeat. This punch seemed ordinary, but it contained the power of the heavens and the earth. It was like a falling meteor. It was so domineering that it repelled everything in its surroundings. It was as if it was the only sovereign. This punch was called Taiyuan's Sacred Fist, and it was the basic move. The roar shook heaven and earth, and the entire mountain behind it trembled. The terrifying power condensed into a millstone-like fist print. This fist print was so condensed that it left a mark in the air. The mark was a high-intensity compression of the air, and it was extremely terrifying. It could easily shatter steel, and an ordinary second level of the extreme mortal realm would die upon contact. Chun Zong wanted to test the profundity of Taiyuan's sacred path. Facing this punch, he did not draw his sword, nor did he use his full strength. He only controlled it to the early stage of the extreme mortal realm, and used his finger as a sword to attack. The sword light tore the sky apart and rushed towards the punch. Sword intent basic move. Early stage of the extreme mortal realm. Chun Shidi's cultivation has also reached this level. Even if they have the same level of cultivation, the Dark Feather Way is not comparable to Taiyuan's sacred path. As they spoke, Fang Xingchen's punch was defeated by Chun Zong's sword, and it shot towards Fang Xingchen. Fang Xingchen was slightly surprised, but soon smiled. He was still worried that he would not be able to defeat Chun Zong with a single punch. That would not be satisfying enough. But now, it seemed that he would not be able to defeat Chun Zong with a single punch. With a wave of his hand, it was as if a tsunami was sweeping out. A terrifying power repelled the sky and shattered the sword radiance. He flipped his right palm, and his 5 fingers bent, as if a cage was pressing down. The wind and clouds surged, and countless spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, combining with the force of heaven and earth to form a giant palm. It fell from the sky like a heavenly cage, and its terrifying aura sealed Chun Zong's surroundings. Taiyuan's sacred path? Heavenly prison. Chun Zong stood still, but he raised his head to look at the sky. A black shadow shrouded him. It was a giant palm pressing down from the sky like a cage. The terrifying aura sealed the surroundings, and the air froze, making it difficult for him to move. He could only be imprisoned. It was indeed mysterious. It was indeed a complete inheritance of Taiyuan's sacred path. It was created by a senior expert, and it had been perfected time and time again. It was difficult to find any flaws. He did not have the chance to obtain the inheritance of Taiyuan's sacred path, but he could take a peek at its mysteries and see if he could integrate it into his sword intent way, further perfecting it. If Taiyuan's sacred path was a very strong and healthy adult, then the sword intent way was a growing youth. Of course, this was not referring to its power, but its degree of perfection. After all, Taiyuan's sacred path had existed for tens of thousands of years, and it had been perfected time and time again. On the other hand, the sword intent way was created by Chun Zong, using the sword intent way of the heart as its foundation, and integrating the heavenly sword way and dark feather way. In terms of potential, the sword intent way surpassed Taiyuan's sacred path by a lot. That's right. Xingchen has already grasped the essence of heavenly prisoner. Elder Fang smiled and nodded, feeling very proud. The martial arts of Taiyuan's sacred path were not only complete, but they also ranged from weak to strong, and from low to high. Even the weakest martial arts were very powerful and unique. Heavenly Prisoner was also a move that Fang Xingchen had fully grasped. In an instant, the red jade sword was unsheathed. The red, scorching sword light shot upwards, tearing apart the seal in the surroundings and piercing through the sky. Sword intent way basic move. 3 consecutive moves, one after another, landed on Heavenly Prisoner in 3 different directions, causing Heavenly Prisoner to tremble slightly, and the speed of its descent slowed slightly. In the next moment, Chen Zong retracted his arm slightly, and the red jade sword swung out once again. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword chi broke through the air, turning into a roaring hurricane that swept across the heavens and the earth, destroying everything. The sword chi contained various sword moves that Chen Zong had created himself, and all of them were inferior Lingwu sword move. Blazing, sharp, swift, violent, surging endlessly. Chapter 746. Rumble. The colorful sword chi storm with different auras condensed into one, like a pillar that reached the sky. As it spun crazily, it was as if a hurricane had passed through, destroying everything. The Taiyuan Divine Path, Heavenly Prison paused slightly in midair due to Chen Zong's 3 swords, and was directly hit by the sword chi storm. Winning with quantity. Suppress. His black hair fluttering in the wind, Fang Xingchen was like a god descending from the heavens. His voice was like thunder as he exerted his strength and pressed his hand down. Rumble. The Heavenly Prison hand pressed down again, as if it was going to destroy the sword chi storm. Chen Zong's expression was cold, and a light flashed in his eyes. He swung his sword again and again, creating waves of sword chi to attack, causing the sword chi storm to become more and more powerful. The two collided, and the terrifying impact was sealed within. It kept rolling and turning into countless lightning bolts that wreaked havoc, as if it was going to destroy everything. It was terrifying. Chen Zong's entire body was wrapped in fine lightning bolts, as if he was being devoured. Nothing could be seen, and only the shocking rumbling sounds could be heard. Chen Zong is done for. This power is too terrifying. If it were me, I would definitely die. Unexpectedly, the countless lightning bolts were shattered again, and Chen Zong's body appeared, unharmed. Break. A soft shout, but it was like a powerful army with unparalleled killing intent. Chen Zong swung his sword again. This sword completely destroyed the surrounding fine lightning bolt. A silver shadow rose from Chen Zong's body and entered the red jade sword in his hand. The sword pierced into the sky. This sword was unparalleled. That is. A few elders' expressions changed, and they were shocked. Could that be? A few esoteric disciples who had reached the mid-mortal realm trembled, their faces full of shock. This sword pierced through the sky, and everything was torn apart. The Heavenly Prison hand paused, and then the sword light pierced through the back of the hand and rushed into the sky. Fang Xingchen's expression changed. The Heavenly Prison hand was broken. Unbelievable! The elders were bewildered. If their intuition was correct, then it was still unknown whether Fang Xingchen would be able to defeat Chen Zong in today's battle. However, Chen Zong was only in the early stage of the 3rd tier of the extreme human realm. Could he have possibly grasped the power of that level? After all, Chen Zong's talent was indeed extremely high, being able to grasp sword force while still in the pseudo-transcendent realm. Chen Shidi, you surprised me. Fang Xingchen smiled. His astral long robe fluttered in the wind, making rustling sounds. It was as if he was going to fly up with the wind. With that, I'll be able to defeat you at full power. Prodigious celestial phenomenon. The heavenly sound was vast and mighty, as if it was vibrating from the 9 heavens. As Fang Xingchen swung his arms, he brought about layers of air current. They were the spiritual qi of the world. His 10 fingers pulled out countless illusions, circling around his body like threads, guiding in streams of extremely pure spiritual qi of the world. Fang Xingchen's body also seemed to have become extremely heavy, and a phantom image quietly condensed on his body. The wind and clouds surged, and the starry robe rustled. Dots of starlight appeared in the sky. Stars in daytime. To think that Fang Xingchen has cultivated this secret technique to such a level. The prodigious celestial phenomenon was a simplified version of the prodigious celestial phenomenon. Fang Xingchen had long since grasped it and cultivated it to an extremely high level. Therefore, he was able to cultivate the prodigious celestial phenomenon to the level of stars in daytime within a short period of time after the first transition. The prodigious celestial phenomenon required the support of the power of starlight. In the daytime, one would not be able to see the stars, and it would be even harder to sense the power of starlight. However, if one were to cultivate the prodigious celestial phenomenon to a sufficiently high level, one would be able to make a portion of the stars appear in the daytime, releasing the power of starlight and gathering it in one's body. Several hundred streams of starlight shot out from all directions like flying flames, channeling into the phantom image on Fang Xingchen's body, causing the phantom image to rapidly solidify. Boom, boom, boom. An extremely terrifying aura seethed in all directions. Sand and pebbles were sent flying, and strong gales roared, making it hard for everyone to look at. The core disciples' cultivation was insufficient, and they had no choice but to retreat continuously. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the feeling of being torn apart. However, all of them were extremely astonished. Despite being over 10,000 meters away, there was still such prowess. It was hard to imagine how much pressure Chen Zong was under. It was true that Chen Zong was under tremendous pressure. This pressure came from all directions, as if the world was pressing down on him. However, to Chen Zong, it was still not enough. It was far from being strong enough, and he was able to withstand it. However, Chen Zong was astonished by Fang Xingchen's prowess. Prodigious celestial phenomenon. It sounded very powerful, but Fang Xingchen did not know how powerful it was. Starlight gathered, and endless spiritual qi of the world gushed forth, completely encompassing Fang Xingchen's body. It was as if a huge cocoon had been formed, and Fang Xingchen was within it. Wave after wave of aura seethed out from within the huge cocoon of starlight, becoming increasingly powerful. The air was like water, creating many astonishing waves that swept out within a range of several thousand meters. The mountain rocks were first sent flying, then shattered, and then shattered. In the end, they turned into dust that filled the air and was blown out in all directions. Dust and smoke billowed. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes. Through the endless dust and smoke, he saw that the huge cocoon of starlight was disappearing. 10 zhang. It was an extremely strong starlight giant that was 10 zhang tall. Compared to the prodigious celestial phenomenon from before, it was a full 5 zhang taller. This 10 zhang tall starlight giant exuded an extremely terrifying aura. It was too powerful, causing the air around it to be repelled, forming many ripples that spread out endlessly. Facing this 10 zhang tall starlight giant, Chen Zong felt an even more powerful pressure coming at him. It was as if the pressure was going to crush him. Chen Zong was not afraid. On the contrary, he was excited, and his battle intent soared. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Chen Zong had battled with some transcendent. However, they were all very ordinary transcendents of the extreme human realm. Even if their cultivation was higher than his, it was difficult for them to block his sword. That was because their talent was more ordinary, and the cultivation techniques they cultivated were also of a lower level. Fang Xingchen, the son of heaven, had even inherited the Taiyuan sacred way, a top-grade cultivation technique. Now that he had displayed the Taiyuan sacred way's unique secret technique, the prodigious celestial phenomenon, his strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level. Prodigious celestial phenomenon. An elder of the early stage of the extreme human realm had a serious look on his face. After careful comparison, he realized that even he did not have the confidence to defeat Fang Xingchen. One must know that he cultivated an upper-grade cultivation technique. Chen Zong also cultivated an upper-grade cultivation technique, but his cultivation was only at the early stage of the extreme human realm. Would he be a match for Fang Xingchen? No one knew, but once again they did not think highly of Chen Zong. It could not be helped. Compared to Fang Xingchen, Chen Zong's performance was a little lackluster. Boom! The 10-foot starlight giant punched out. Countless starlight followed, creating a terrifying hurricane. It was like an evil dragon emerging from its lair, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, smashing everything in its path. Like the beating of a heavenly drum, a fist blasted out. The terrifying fist energy rushed out, and Chen Zong felt as if he could not breathe. The ground behind him shattered under the pressure of this terrifying fist, creating a long gully that spread out for hundreds of meters. This punch was not fast. Even the core disciples could see it clearly. However, the power of this punch was extremely terrifying. Everyone could see that the sky had been shattered by the punch, and countless terrifying air currents flowed around the starlight giant fist. It was like a comet shooting down from the sky, crashing into the ground. Chen Zong took a deep breath. The power of this punch made him feel serious. It was very, very strong. However, Chen Zong did not have the slightest intention of dodging, nor did he intend to use all of his cultivation. He was still at the early stage of the extreme human realm, but he changed his spiritual energy into void sword force. Previously, Chen Zong had only used the spiritual energy cultivated by the mysterious mind art to draw his sword. The power of the void sword force was many times stronger than the mind mystery technique. With the sword in his hand, he shattered the sky. A faintly discernible silver sword shadow merged into the long sword, causing the power of this sword to be even stronger and more agile. Manifest! That's right, this is the sword intent of the manifestation realm. Shocked. Each and every elder was shocked. The way of the sword intent was divided into different levels. However, most extreme human realm warriors could only reach the first level, the prying realm. If there were no special opportunities, it would be very difficult for them to break through to the second level, the manifestation realm. However, some geniuses could. However, Chen Zong was only at the early stage of the extreme human realm. Furthermore, he had not been in this realm for long. Calculating, it had not even been a year since Chen Zong had broken through to the extreme human realm. In less than a year, his sword intent had already reached the second level, the manifestation realm. This was obviously a little shocking. The manifestation realm sword intent was undoubtedly many times stronger than the prying realm sword intent. In addition to the void sword force, the power of this sword was even more powerful. The starlight fist was even larger than Chen Zong's body. In front of the starlight fist, the sword that Chen Zong had swung out was as small as a needle. However, Fang Xingchen did not dare to underestimate it. This sword actually caused his starlight fist to feel pain, as if it had been pierced through. Break. Compared to when he had used the Celestial Sky Avatar, Fang Xingchen's prodigious Celestial Sky Avatar was not only more powerful, but also had a higher degree of control. He could fully utilize every bit of power. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to challenge Chen Zong to avenge his humiliation. This fist was the fist that would avenge his humiliation. It was the fist that would reclaim his position in the Taiyuan Sky Sect. This fist would allow him to reach new height. His conviction was firm. The power of this fist seemed to be even more powerful, and its power was even more shocking. However, no matter how firm he was, could he block Chen Zong's sword? He could not. The starlight dissipated as the fist was pierced through by Chen Zong's sword. After the long sword pierced through the starlight fist, its power was still as strong as ever. It pierced towards the starlight giant. Fang Xingchen, who was inside the starlight giant, could clearly feel the astonishing sharpness of this sword. With a furious roar, Fang Xingchen swung his arms, bringing along countless starlight. Like the roaring waves of the sea, he fiercely smashed towards Chen Zong. His fists broke through the air, shattering the rocks around Chernzong once again, creating two huge pits. However, Chernzong's figure was not affected at all. He shuttled through like a fish and attacked with his sword. The power of this sword was even more powerful. The force of heaven and earth surged and roared continuously, causing the elders to be even more shocked. Prodigious sword force. Second level. The Taiyuan sect master's face was filled with shock. His lips moved unconsciously, but there was a hint of bitterness in his heart. Prodigious sword intent second level. Prodigious sword force second level. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.